So have we come in on the same thing as the participants?
Yeah, and then they're gonna make you panelists.
Okay.
Hi, Joanne. You're a panelist now. You should have the same permissions as if you logged in normally.
Yes, I do. At first I couldn't do anything, but now it shows my mute and my video button, so I'm okay.
Awesome.
Thank you,
Good morning,
Jacob.
everybody.
Hi, Lise.
Good morning.
Is Lisa a panelist yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you can see them up top, then they have their normal.
I see. Okay.
Can't see you, Nancy.
Well, I don't know. That's okay.
Yeah, good point. That's strange.
It's still the back camera.
It's gonna be the TV. I'm gonna reach out to.
Yeah, I'm gonna move some. Well, I'll wait till you.
I go into a slight panic when when I
Same with me. I was like, I must not be typing my email in right. I must have done it about 15 times. And then I was like, okay, this clearly something's wrong.
well, then I was afraid if I kept trying, something else would go wrong, like
Yeah, I know.
you're spam and you're blocked forever or something.
Oh, I know. I know.
Oh dear. But we're on the public site, Lisa. He's just made, so this is the same one that the participants sign into, but he's just made us visible and stuff. That's why that message
okay.
is up, I think.
Oh, I see. Okay. So this is what they would normally see. It's probably
So
the
I
same
think
as
this
what we
is
would see through
live.
the.
Like I think
guys
this
have-
is like
sorry.
live on YouTube now.
You guys, yeah, we're live on YouTube, but you guys are
Okay.
now panelists. You guys
Yes.
have everything
No,
the same as if
I
you were
just
normal.
wanted
Oh,
us to
okay,
know we are
thanks.
live on YouTube.
Okay, good to know.
And we have Carl too. Hello, Carl.
Can you hear me okay?
We can. We just can't see you.
Oh, wait a minute. Would help if I put the video on. How's that?
There
Yep,
you are.
there you are.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good
Paul.
morning.
That was an interesting start.
We're already
Hey.
live on YouTube, though. We're already live on YouTube, just so you know.
Okay. I'm just going to readjust the furniture because I changed it all in a second.
We can see you from behind now, Nancy.
Yes, that's because the camera that should be working is not working. So we're using the camera behind me. So apologies to everyone. I'll probably have my back to you quite a bit of time.
It's okay. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I'll try to turn sideways.
And everybody can hear me okay?
but-
If I don't put the headphones on, you can hear me. If you can't, let me know and I'll put headphones on.
Yeah, loud and clear right now.
Good.
All right, I'm good to go. So good morning, everybody. And thanks for your patience. During the declared emergency in the City of Toronto, Committee of Adjustment virtual public hearings are being conducted via WebEx, an online digital platform, and will be live streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. These measures are necessary to comply with physical distancing requirements and a provincial order that limits attendance at public gatherings. My name is Nancy Oman, and I will be chairing this hearing. Panel members participating via WebEx and who can be seen and heard are Joanne Hayes, Lisa Valentini, and Carl Nipfel. City staff will be assisting us throughout the meeting, including moderating the WebEx platform. Agents, applicants, and other interested parties participating in this virtual hearing registered in advance and will be connecting through WebEx using a compatible electronic device. Their participation will be through audio only. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone who wants to receive a copy of the committee's decision for an application must submit a written request by email to the general email address for the Committee of Adjustment, Toronto and East York District Office. Please include your name, address, and an email address. All Committee of Adjustment and TLAB notifications and appeal updates will be sent by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto local appeal body known as TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions will be set out at the bottom of the committee's decision. Participants who have registered in advance will be connected to this virtual hearing and will be muted automatically upon entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired, and when the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I will comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please speak slowly and clearly state your name and address. Please confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. Where required, the applicant or agent will proceed first with a presentation of the application. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have completed their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will be unmuted and will have an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. Please note, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have the minutes of the last Committee of Adjustment public hearing been confirmed by the members?
The other panel will be dealing with the minutes.
Okay, thank you. Panel members or staff, does anyone have an interest to declare this morning? Seeing none? Okay. Are there any files to be closed this morning or withdrawn, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Item number 11, file number A1401/21TEY 49 Lee Avenue. You have a request to withdraw the application from the agent that was received on February 10th. In this case, a public notice was issued for this hearing.
Okay. Okay, do we have the agent on the line for number 11? Monsania. No? Well, if not, I'm showing him on the list, so.
I'm not sure if he registered.
Yeah, if he didn't, then we'll just go ahead with it. I just want to make sure it's not there. Not there? Okay. All right, panel members, we have a request for withdrawal for number 1149 Lee Avenue. So can I have a motion? Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. Having reviewed the letter asking to withdraw the application, I see no reason not to accept that. So I'd move a motion to say to acknowledge that the application is being withdrawn and to close the file.
I have a seconder for that motion? Ms. Valent, okay, so motion to withdraw the file and close the file, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, so we will now move to item number 1, 36 Clarendon Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, presentation materials from the agent. We have correspondence in opposition from 41 and 32 Clarendon, as well as 221 Poplar Plains Road. In addition, we received last night in our supplemental package revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We received an arborist letter. We received a number of previous decisions in the area, presentation materials from the agent, correspondence in opposition, again from 32, as well as 207 Balmoral. Yeah, that's everything. So do I have the agent on the line?
The camera is constantly trying to connect.
Oh, is that what the
That's
dinging
what
is?
that beeping is. Contacted IT, you just wanna wait one moment while I...
Okay, just bear with us a second while we, again, fix a little technical glitch. Is this IT?
Hey, morning. Great timing. So, the video, we're currently using this video, which is the camera at the front.
Yes, you want that one?
Yeah, we'd like this one. Sorry.
So to the public and members, if you can, I'm assuming you can hear me, we have IT here just trying to fix the camera. If you can just bear with us for a few more minutes, thanks.
Is there any way just to disconnect it if it's gonna be a hassle to connect to?
I'm not sure because this phone was set up and I think they created other settings. So I just make a call and see how.
Is there any way to stop it from trying to override that camera? Because we have this camera set up, but it keeps beeping in and out, trying to establish the line.
So I need to go to those settings.
Okay.
So you want to cancel that camera,
We
right?
got it down, yeah.
So the one is control. This is the phone. Can you pass it? Can you turn it off?
Last time it had something to do, were you here last time? Yeah, I mean, I know they were messing around with something down here too.
They reset everything. That's why it's...
Every time I'm here, this happens, right?
Hello. Maybe you can help us.
Please, please, please.
What's going on?
So it's connected there right now. Occasionally this camera will try to rotate it, so the screen will get beeped and stuff.
Yeah, whatever you
Problem is
they
that
want to
camera is
withdraw.
rotated 90 degrees on
Is
screen.
he still on?
It's still on.
Do you want to just tell him that that the withdrawal was approved?
Okay.
And then if he says something, I mean, it came
Right now,
formally,
showing
right? So I can't
the-
imagine. So just tell him it was.
Just do this, or should I just contact him by email?
Oh, you did it by email?
Oh, no, I could. I mean, we can just
Oh.
talk.
Well, now we're back to
See if
this
there's
camera.
something, tell him through the mic that
Yeah, no.
it's kind of.
No.
Okay, you know, I'll just contact him.
No.
Yeah, just tell him it was approved. We're having technical difficulties, so just do it through
I
email.
mean,
then.
we're okay using the TV camera, but the problem is the
it's
other
not-
camera tries to...
Here goes.
It's also not nice for everybody seeing my back, to be honest.
That too.
Well, I mean, and I can't. You're sideways. Well, yeah, no, and whatever. Leave it like that. Okay, we're back. Unfortunately, we're still dealing with the camera that's to my back, so apologies, everyone. Okay, so it's been a bit, so I'll just, it's item 1, 36 Clarendon, and we have presentation materials from the agent, opposition from addresses on Poplar Plains and Clarendon. We have materials received last night that include revised site plans as well as an arborist letter from the agent and forestry consulting, as well as previous decisions and presentation materials from the agent. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here. My name is Zachary Fleischer. My address is 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400, and I'm appearing as agent on behalf of the owner, Ms. Margaret Walker.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, sir. Do you have the 3 speakers on the line?
Madam Chair, 2 of the speakers are logged in, but the architect is not logged in. I couldn't contact him.
Okay, that's okay. All right, I do have 2 speakers listed, so if I could ask you to do a presentation, no more than 5 minutes, and we're starting the clock now.
Great, thank you very much, Madam Chair. If I could ask for the presentation to be pulled up. We're seeking length and depth variances, which are required to permit an indoor basement therapeutic pool at the rear of the existing home at 36 Clarendon Avenue, which is to otherwise remain entirely unchanged. Ms. Walker, the owner of 36 Clarendon, is a widower who lives alone and unfortunately suffers from increasingly debilitating mobility issues, and she walks with a cane. She's seeking to construct the proposed pool, which is again entirely underground, for the purpose of conducting therapeutic workout sessions to preserve and improve her declining mobility. Simply put, this pool will improve Ms. Walker's quality of life. And looking at the context map here, the site is located in the neighborhood commonly referred to as South Hill. The street and neighborhood are characterized by a mix of 2 to 3 story single, detached, and semi-detached dwellings with widely varying lot frontages and building length and depth. With the semis to the west of the site extending much further back from the rear walls of the 3 detached homes closer to Poplar Plains, with Ms. Walker's home and the subject site highlighted in orange. Length and depth variances exceeding 20 meters are common in the immediate and broader context, particularly with the homes to the west, with 48 Clarendon as an example. Turning to slide 2, I'll begin explaining the variances requested. Variance number 1 relates to building length, and number 2 to depth, which again relate only to the underground pool room, which is below grade. And the photo on the top left shows the existing deck and brick pavers in the rear yard. I want to emphasize that no changes to the above ground portions of the home are proposed. The ceiling of the proposed pool room in the basement is flush with the first floor of the existing home, and it will be covered by a terrace a little bit larger than the existing terrace in the rear yard, but the terrace itself does not require variances. They're only related to the underground pool, which will be unnoticeable once constructed, and any land use planning impacts on neighbors are practically non-existent as it relates to the pool. Turning to slide 3, please, we get a close-up view of the location of the proposed work at the rear of the house. The red dotted line shows the extent of the existing deck, with the brown dotted line showing the extent of the existing hard landscaping stone pavers, which would have been in the previous picture. The new terrace and the outline of the proposed basement pool room are outlined in black. Efforts were made to consult with neighbors throughout the application process, and in response to neighbors' concerns, Ms. Walker retained an arborist and revised the proposal to increase the east side yard setback to 1.83 meters, which is reflected in the revised plans, to afford the greatest possible protection to the birch trees on the property to the east, 32 Clarendon, which is owned by Mr. Bourgeois, who I believe is registered to speak. And we've also proposed new cedar privacy hedges to be planted along the east property line. I would note that urban forestry, planning, and ECS staff did not raise any objections to the application and did not prepare any staff reports or otherwise comment on it. Those little blue squares you see represent the location where photos on the next slide were taken. And I would ask kindly that we turn to the next slide, which shows the existing condition on the east property line in the photo on the left, with the subject site on the left side of that fence and 32 Clarendon, one of the objectors, on the right side of the fence. And on the right picture is the existing deck, brick pavers, and garden at 36 Clarendon. The 1.83 meter setback, represented approximately by the red dotted line, has been provided to protect the birch trees on the right side of the fence, which are located approximately 0.3 meters from the property line. Those trees are all under the 30 centimeter diameter of breast height and are not protected by the city's tree bylaw, but in response to neighbors' concerns, we provided for a setback in excess of what's recommended in the city's tree protection policy. The trees on the subject site to the left of the fence are proposed to be replaced with the new cedar privacy hedges. And I would note again that Urban Forestry did not comment on the application. The picture on the right, we see the outline of the proposed deck and the below grade pool, which do not impact Ms. Walker's garden, and soft landscaping, which is to be conserved. Turning to slide 5, it shows other committee approvals in the area, really just to show that the proposed length and depth variances are in keeping with other approvals on the street and in the neighborhood, acknowledging, of course, that these decisions are not precedent setting. With respect to the objections of neighbors, which relate almost entirely to the impacts on the trees at 32 Clarendon to the east and concerns regarding drainage, the increased east side setback and protection measures to be undertaken as recommended by my client's arborist will address that, and drainage concerns are more properly dealt with at the building permit stage with engineering staff. To conclude, the proposal is in keeping with the character of the area, does not cause any adverse impacts, and the variances individually and collectively pass the 4 tests under the Planning Act, being that they are minor, maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan and zoning bylaw, and are appropriate for the development of the site. Thank you, and subject to any questions you may have, those were my remarks.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll hold questions till after the opposition speaks. Okay, do you have the first speaker?
Hi, Mr. Wood, you've been unmuted.
Thank you very much. Good morning, members of committee. I'd appreciate it if Mr. Cockrell could pull up.
Just a second. Can you just identify yourself for the record? And also please confirm that you are speaking on behalf of Gary Bourgeois. Is that correct?
Yeah, sorry. The way I was introduced to.
Yeah, no worries.
Yes, my name is Dennis Wood. I'm a lawyer with the municipal and planning law firm of Wood Bull LLP. I am representing Mr. Bourgeois and his wife, Sheila Wallen, who are the owners of 32 Clarendon, which is the property to the east. And I had asked for the photograph that's been provided by my client to be put up on the board. As you've been told by the applicant's representative, this is an application for a below grade amenity. We don't take issue with the objective of the neighbor to have the 15-foot 9-inch lap pool, which you'll see in the plans. My client's concern is that in achieving or seeking to achieve that amenity, the application puts at risk the amenity that they enjoy, which is the privacy of their backyard. You will see from other correspondence on your file that the neighbors have indicated that my clients have very substantial and pleasant landscaping in their rear. I'm told by Mr. Bourgeois that they spend a great amount of time in the good seasons in the rear yard, and so the quality of their life will be materially affected if they lose their hedge. This hedge, although it is of course off season, you'll see that it is fully it works as a protective shield in the summer and winter. It doesn't appear this way, but those trees were brought in from Vancouver about 15 years ago at a cost of $75,000 plus. They're very rare species. Mr. Bourgeois is unable to determine whether he'd be able to replace them at this point. Of course, they wouldn't be this mature. So the effort here is to try to, from my perspective and Mr. Bourgeois, is to reach an accommodation with the neighbors that will allow the pool structure to go ahead while protecting the hedge. My client has retained an arborist who has advised that if the building, the east wall of the proposed building were set back 3 meters from the lot line, that would adequately protect the tree, the root system. The 1.83 meter setback that's shown in the plan by the representative doesn't take into consideration that to the east of that setback, there will be shoring that will be put down between half a meter and a meter. So it means that the protective zone is not 1.83 meters as they are showing you, but is likely closer to 0.83 of a meter. So if you could you pull up the plan for me, please? If we could look at the basement plan, I will show you. This is a very, very ample. The basement plan would help. All right, if you look very carefully at this plan, you'll see that the lap pool is in the middle. It's 15 feet 9 inches long, and it's surrounded by a great amount of space. To the left, if you're looking at it, is a very large pool mechanical HVAC room. I'm quite familiar with this as I have acted for people who have constructed indoor pools. That's a very large space for what's going to be contained in that area. To the east, you'll see that they're adding a powder room to the east of the existing building, and there's a great amount of space to the south. So there's ample space in this building as proposed to move that wall another 1.2 meters to the east, or to the west rather, to adequately protect our clients' concerns about the street cover. So we would ask that you either defer this matter until another plan can be put in front of you that would set the wall over, or simply approve the variances with a condition that the east wall of the building be set back 3 meters. Reference point: if there is a provision in the existing bylaw that says that they could build an above grade structure as of right that would go out 5 meters, if it was no higher than 5 meters tall, was no wider than 50%, and was set back 3 meters from the lot lines. So in the bylaw that exists, there's already guidance that setting back 3 meters from the respective lot lines is a good planning principle when you're extending into the rear yard.
Mr. Wood,
yes?
Can you wrap up, please? You're over 5
yes.
minutes.
One further point. There's a concern by the neighbors and our client about drainage. So we would ask that if you're granting an approval, that you affix a condition to the approval that there be no surface drainage that would exit the site, so that they would in fact have zero runoff from the site. That would address my client's concerns and the neighbors' concerns about runoff. So with that, I will thank you very much for your patience, and I hope that you will view my client as attempting to accommodate a neighbor, but while protecting their very important interest.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? No? Okay, thank you, sir. Can I have the agent back on the line?
Hi there. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just take a few moments to respond to Mr. Wood, and I thank him for his comments. So I'd like to first note that the plans that were brought up on the screen were the old plans. They were not the revised plans, and the east side yard setback has actually been increased since then to 1.83 meters. Mr. Wood referred to a 3 meter setback and that's what their client's arborist recommended. That's the recommended distance, at least for the city's tree protection policy, for trees with a trunk diameter of 40 to 50 centimeters. The trees on the east property line are 20 centimeters at most diameter breast height. They're not protected, and the recommended minimum protection distance is 1.8 meters. And with the 0.3 meter approximate setback of those trees to the property line, we're providing 2.13 meters, which is more than sufficient. We've retained an arborist who's, confirmed that that's going to protect the trees. Shoring's not going to encroach into the 1.83 meter setback, and that setback is going to be more than enough to protect those trees. In terms of the engineering condition, we'd object to the inclusion of that condition. There's been no comments from ECS about drainage, and Mr. Bourgeois or Mr. Wood has not come here with an engineering report or any comments from an engineer that would substantiate their concerns, and so we would object to that. My client's already retained an engineer who's produced mechanical drawings and will be undergoing all the drainage exercises and ensuring that there's no issues there as part of the building permit stage properly with engineering staff and my client's engineer. And I think, yeah, those are my comments with respect to Mr. Wood's submissions, and I would be happy to answer any questions the committee members might have.
All right, let's see if there's any questions. Panel members? Mr. Nipfel?
Yes, I noticed on the site plan, could we put the new site plan up on the screen again? 4 of the trees that are under, if I'm reading the plan correctly, and I believe I am, 4 of the trees that are under, they're being questioned, are already 1.01 meters from the existing building. Is that correct? That appears to be what's shown on the plan.
That's right, sir.
Because we're talking about looking at the drawing, we're talking about the row of trees on the right, correct? So 4 of them are already 1.1 meter. So if you need 3 meters to preserve them, then I presume that those 4 trees would have died, and they haven't. So it would appear to me that the appellant's case, I think, is legitimate, that there is some flexibility with your east setback to accommodate a greater setback, but it doesn't appear necessary based on existing conditions. If I'm correct, those trees have been there for quite a number of years. The question I have, in the arborist report, it's suggested that there needs to be a tree protection zone around the existing trees, and it seems to me, given that this is such an important part of the application, there needs to be a condition in any approval that might happen about the tree protection zone around those trees. And I'm wondering if you have a condition that you'd like to volunteer.
I'm sorry, sir, is that a question for me, the agent for the applicant, or for Mr. Wood?
No, I
For
believe
the
it's for
applicant,
you.
because yes, it's for you.
Oh, I'm not sure that I have a condition. You know, I don't think we would be. I think they wanted a tree protection fence, 1.5 meters from the property line. You know, I think if that's going to satisfy the committee in terms of protecting the trees, we'd be happy to include a condition that a tree preservation fence would be erected 1.5 meters from the property line to establish a TPZ. I don't think we would object to that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Panel members, do you have any further questions? Okay, let's take it into committee. Mr. Nipfel?
Madam Chairman, unless my colleagues have other concerns, I think this is a fairly straightforward application. One of the objectors raised a concern that I have, and that is the amount of permeable surface in the rear yard, but there isn't a variance dealing with that. The variances are only dealing with length. Based on that, and based on the existing trees and the fact that they are, I think, 1.01 meters from the existing building, I don't see that this expansion is going to necessarily hurt the trees, although construction could harm them. So I would like to move approval of the application subject to a 1.5 meter or a tree protection fence being erected 1.5 meters to the west of the east property line to protect those existing trees.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Ms. Hayes?
I'd like to ask if you're open to a friendly amendment to reflect that the side yard of 1.83 as the applicant is proposing in the revised plans, and also tying it to plans that the length and depth only apply to the basement level.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
On those amendments, I would second.
Okay, so motion to approve including a condition to tie to plans for the depth and length as, sorry, go ahead.
Is that to just the site plan or all the plans?
I think the site plan is sufficient, but I would take the guidance of staff on that. I was particularly looking at A-0C, which shows clearly the 1.83
Yeah.
side yard on that one side.
Perhaps the site plan A0B and then 0C, maybe those two, a full site plan and then the partial site plan.
Okay, just looking at B, it might be enough because it does show the 1.83 on that as well.
Just looking to see if it has the same information in terms of the side yard, zooming in.
Whatever's sufficient. B and C is fine if that's necessary.
Either one, then.
Okay, why don't we tie it to both to be safe? Okay, so the motion is to tie, with a condition to tie it to the revised plans A, 0, B, and C, and a condition for a tree preservation fence 1.5 meters west of the east property line. So motion to approve moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? That carries with those two conditions. Thank you. Item number 2, 12 Casimir Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, email correspondence from planning, and I believe they are asking for refusal. We received late materials, presentation materials from the agent. And I am showing, well, I'm not sure here if this person is this, just let me go to staff. Is that last person, Mr. Lamb, here?
Madam Chair, the last two speakers are logged in, and the engineer as well, but the agent is out of the country.
Okay. So can you just give me Mr. Lamb, because it says here he may or may not speak, so I'm not sure.
Madam Chair, I don't see Les Lamb on the list anymore.
Okay. If you are able to call him and ask him if he does want to speak or not, if you do get a hold of him. In the meantime, so I'm assuming, okay, I don't know who's going to speak then if the agent's not here. The engineer? Okay.
Hello, committee. Oh, so can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you speak up a little bit? And
Yes.
first identify yourself, please, for the record.
Sure. Hi, everyone. This is Mohammed Firouzi from LHW Engineering, representing our client, Danhui Zhang, which is the owner of the property. Just for a clarification, like Ace from our company was the agent, but because she's out of the country and she got some trouble with connection, that's why I'm going to represent our client.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have any speakers listed here, so I'm going to see if the panel members have any questions, okay?
Sorry, but it's me, the one who...
Hang on,
yeah.
Ms. Hayes?
Yes, I'd just like the response to the planning report. I did see the supplementary material suggesting that you'd put a small planter box at the front of the property. But what's your response to the comments from the planning department that the committee should consider refusing the application?
So, can I talk?
Barely, I need you to speak
Okay.
up.
Yeah. Okay. The point is like the refusal letter saying that because of the number of washrooms, I think there is a concern about being a rooming house, if I get it correct. But I have two things. Like first is the client have a declaration written declaration that they are going to use unit number 2, which is main floor and second floor, for a single family. But if you still have concern about the number of washrooms, like we can change one of the washrooms at the main floor to a powder room, like the one we have in a family room, like behind the family room. So we can eliminate the shower and like convert it to
So
a powder room.
So I'm just gonna jump in. Planning was speaking to the landscape variances in their email of September 24th, 2021. I don't see a comment from planning about washrooms.
Oh, okay. About the landscaping, like because this one was existing, like, and we had no choice of like adding something because there is no like setbacks existing, and then we only can have some kind of planters like in front to make them solve.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Okay, sir, we've read all the materials. Is there anything that you would like to add about this application? Again, as my colleague said, I do note that planning doesn't support the application based on what we have from last year. I also note that you mentioned planning was in support. I haven't seen anything from planning, so why are you saying planning's in support? Have you had conversations with planning?
Yes, yes, we had some conversations, and like via email, we said that we are going to have that planters and stuff, and plus because there is no setbacks existing, that's why we just have to like have that planters. So if you don't mind, I can give you my presentation, so probably you can answer something.
Okay, if you want to
Yeah.
give, you have roughly 3 minutes, then go
Okay,
ahead.
okay.
Left.
Thank you so much. So the subject property is currently two-story single-family dwelling. The proposal of this application is to propose a secondary suite at basement and construct a second floor addition on top of the existing garage. For the second floor addition on top of the existing garage, we don't make changes to the existing height and the setback of the house. The house was constructed with zero setbacks a few decades ago. By adding a second floor addition, the front elevation of the house can be more elegant. Previously, we are proposing another rear addition on the second floor. After discussing with the planners, we removed the rear addition proposal. In terms of the front entry to secondary suite at basement, there is no space for an entrance to basement at the side or rear of the house. In case of fire, people living down in the basement can escape to the front public street through the front entry easily and quickly. The firefighters can also have a quicker access to the fire side, in this case basement. In terms of the rear yard soft landscaping, 2 or 3 planters can build to compensate part of the lost landscaping. After the discussion with the planners, we will build planters along the edge of the basement walk-up to maintain as much soft landscaping as possible. That's all.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, thank you. We're going to take it into committee for a decision. Ms. Hayes?
Well, I have one question.
Sure, go ahead.
You're looking for a FSI of 1.53 and the bylaw allows for 1. Is there any examples of other densities of properties in that neighborhood around what you're expecting or what you're requesting?
Actually, I didn't find any, but because there is like a couple of multiple units in that area, so if we go through, probably we can find something. But the existing, the point is the existing FSI is 1.46. It's already more than 1, and we just adding 0.13. We will reach 1.59 for FSI.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Mr. Niffel, did you have another question also?
I do, Madam Chairman, through you.
Yep.
Could you clarify my understanding that the garage, the front porch, and the basement walkout, they're all existing and they're currently at the property line. Is that correct?
Yes, they are.
The planter that you're proposing then is on the public road allowance.
It's going to be like exactly at the property line. It's not going to exceed like the property line.
Well, if the basement walkout goes to the property line, there's no room to put a planter. That's my point. If you look at the drawing that I'm looking at is, oh dear, just lost it. Give me a second. I was looking at the I'm looking, I guess, at the survey, which is, there's no number on it. It's the survey. If we could pull it up on the screen, it shows the garage on the property line, the front porch on the property line, the stairs are beyond the property line, and the basement walkout is on the property line. So I'm confused about where you're going to put this planter because there isn't any room.
Yeah, you know that we have a wall, a thickness of wall for the walk-up, like at the side, which is like exactly at the property line. On top of that wall, we can provide the planters, plus we can have that railing and stuff like that.
Okay, but your drawing, which is, it's hard to understand, you have a red line that shows where the planters are going to go, and you have the planter going from the side of the stair up to the porch, all the way across the porch, and all the way across the railing to the basement walkout, just and breaking it just where the stairs go down there. Yeah, the porch, you already admitted the porch is at the property line. So where's the planter going to go?
Like yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if you see the railings, like we can have the planters here, like where the railings are, and then we have the railing on top. Plus we have this area between the railings and the stairs of the porch. So we can use this area, like, yeah, as well.
Okay, okay, that doesn't seem to make sense, but that's fine. Thanks.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, let's take it into committee. Mr. Niffel, and then Ms. Hayes.
Madam Chairman, I agree with the planning department in this one. Although it's an existing condition, the addition is going to exacerbate the existing condition. There is no landscaping, and I cannot see how this planter could be installed, and there's no details about what's going in the planter, and therefore what is going to contribute in terms of front yard landscaping. Based on all the material we have before us, I'm unable to support this application.
Ms. Hayes?
I would just add, I actually, in addition to those points, I believe the density being requested is too high. The property is already pretty overbuilt, and the number of, residents expected to live in this building, forget about number of bathrooms, but just that density, I think it's just too much for the lot and the landscaping as well. So I'm not prepared to support the application.
Okay. Is there a motion in there at all? Mr. Nipfel?
Madam Chairman, for the reasons mentioned, and I won't reiterate them, I don't think that this application has merit, and I would move that it be defeated.
Okay. Ms. Hayes, second. So motion to refuse the application, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, item number 3, 46 Wildwood Crescent. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a staff report from Forestry asking for condition number 2. We have correspondence in opposition from number 25, 48, and 44, both adjacent properties, as well as 41 and 47 Wildwood. In addition, we received late yesterday revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, as well as a revised zoning waiver, a covering letter from the agent, and staff reports from planning. There's actually two different staff reports. One is asking for refusal of some variances. Another one is asking for condition should the committee choose to approve it. Transportation is asking for a condition to restore the driveway to softscape, and correspondence in opposition from number 37. Okay. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes. Good morning.
Morning. Your name for the record?
My name is Branko Mladenov. I'm architect. My address is 314 Vaughan Road, Toronto.
Okay. Before we have you do a presentation, can you please go over the revisions you're asking for? I saw you're asking for variance number 2 to be changed to 10.
Yes.
Okay. So, and number 5, can you go through that, please?
Yes. In the coordination with the city planner, we did some significant changes. We are also aware of the objection letters sent by the neighbors.
Okay,
and we consider.
I understand all that. I need you to just give me the amendment first, and then you can do your presentation after that, okay? So, because we have the original zoning notice in front of us, so you have to make the amendments for the record. So if you can just go through the variances you're changing from the notice that went out.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
So, okay. So item number 2, the proposed height of the building was 11.46 meters, and now it is reduced to 10.44 meters. So 1 meter, 2 centimeter less.
Okay.
Item number 3, the proposed height of the side exterior main walls facing a side lot line was 10.16 meters. Now it is reduced to 9.86 meters.
Okay.
Item number 4, the proposed floor space index was 0.9 times the area of the lot, 208.20 square meters. Now it is reduced to 0.82, which is 196.38 square meters. Item number 5, the proposed front yard setback was 1.08 meters. Now it is increased to 2.6 meters. So it is plus 1.52 meters, which is existing front yard setback with no projections. And item 11, the proposed building height is was 11.46 meters. Now it is reduced 10.44 meters.
Sorry, I lost you for a second. So
I mean,
it's reduced to 10.44 meters, variance number 11.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes, number 11, yes. From 11.46 to reduced to 10.44 meters.
Okay.
I mean, overall building height is reduced for 1.02 meters, and proposed second and third story extension above the porch now is completely removed. So these two big items we did in coordination with city planner.
Okay, so the proposed extension above the porch is removed.
Removed, yes, you can see that it is removed,
Okay.
and overall building height is reduced by 1 meter, and all other, numbers which are reduced is actually the consequence of these two changes.
Okay, just give me 1 second here. You want me to run through them, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer? Okay, I'm just going to run through them again for the staff, and you correct me if there's a mistake. Okay, so variance number 2 is changing to 10.44 meters.
Correct.
Variance number 3 is changing to 9.86 meters.
Correct.
Variance number 4 changes to 0.82 times coverage, which is 196.38 meters square.
Yes, correct.
Okay, variance number 5 is changing to 2.6 meters. And variance number 11 is changing to 10.44 meters. And the proposed extension above the porch has been removed.
Yes, completely removed.
Right, and that's reflected in, sorry, I have so many notes. That's reflected in your revised plans that we received late yesterday in our supplemental agenda with your covering letter, correct?
Yes, yes, it is correct, and it is clouded. You can see in the drawings, in elevations, that it has, no, this is the previous.
Okay.
It's not my address.
No, okay, so so what we'll do is, we'll put up, is there any, you have 5 minutes to speak now, because I do have opposition speakers listed. So is there anything you want us to put on the screen before you start?
Not really. I mean, this is just the second and partially third story addition.
Okay, so we're starting the clock, so there are objection speakers listed, so you have 5 minutes to do your presentation now, okay?
Yes, but this is the previous set of drawings, so this...
No,
oh, no,
these
okay,
are the revised drawings.
Yes, sorry, yes. So you can see at the elevations that above the porch, so previously we had these projections 5 feet, now it is all is the flat. It is just different material, and overall height is smaller for 1.02 meters. So if we can go to the next elevation, yeah, you see where is this clouded area. So previously we had above this porch extension, second and third story, which has been removed. Please go to the next elevation. Hello?
What happened?
Okay. Yeah. Also on this elevation, you can see that it is partially third story addition, and it is a setback from the neighbor so that his privacy would be preserved. And final elevation, if we can see. Yeah, so on this side, it is clear that this second, third story addition was completely removed. Building height is less than 1.02 meter. So we hope this is sufficient for this application to be approved.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'll have you back.
Yes.
We'll have the opposition speak now, and then we'll have you back to address issues raised by them, okay?
Yes, 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 sure.
All right.
Thanks.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Appleton, you've been unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Can you please state your name and address for the record, and then we'll start the clock, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Greg Appleton, and sorry, my name is Greg Appleton. I live at 33 Wildwood Crescent, which is across the street from the proposed construction. And basically, my big exception to the asking for the zoning variance, it refers to number 2 and number 3, the maximum building height. Basically, in number 1, it states the maximum building height. I'll work with feet because that's what I'm used to, is 32 feet. And the sidewall is supposed to be 7.5 meters, which is 24 feet. Basically, what this is saying is that the intention of the bylaw was to require a sloped roof on these as far as an addition. And yeah, building this box design like this is excessive. Like the sidewall would be 8, it's already should be 8 feet, add another 2 on to the height, even with the revised addition. That's a 10-foot height difference on the side wall. And again, by building this box design, allowing it to be built, it's going to create what appears to me when I walk out of my house, a 3-story apartment, which was never, like, to me, it's a flagrant disregard for the sidewall setup and the original intention of the bylaws. Yeah, beyond this, there is also a ravine behind the house, which we've enjoyed. I realize they have the right to put a second floor on it, and I'm not disputing that. It's just, it should have a sloped roof. This box design is found nowhere. These are 100-year-old homes in this neighborhood, traditional style. This already is out of keeping with the very modernistic front on it. And by putting this box on the top, it's unprecedented in this neighborhood, in the surrounding streets. There's no 3-story additions and there's especially no 3-story additions that look like this. You know, from an environmental, point of view, this is going to block the sunlight out from reaching the forest on the back of the house too, because it's going to obstruct all the sunlight for that much more. And yeah, I guess I can speak for the other neighbors. It's going to create even more shadows in their backyard from blocking out the sunlight. Not particularly happy with the fact that it's going to lose a parking spot. Parking is already very tight on this street. Everybody requires parking permits. I myself have one and have to park a fair distance, sometimes blocks from my house. And yeah, I'm not particularly happy about that. But yeah, again, this is a gross difference from what the intention of the bylaw is with this 3rd-story addition. And so I would like to see a major change, I guess, in the construction on the 3rd floor and go back to a sloped roof.
Okay.
That's about it.
All right, thanks. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Appleton. Okay, do I have the next speaker?
Hi, Cameron, you've been unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can. Can you please state your name and address for the record, and then we'll reset the clock and start it, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm Cameron Flynn. I'm located at 48 Wildwood Crescent, next door to the applicant.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think Mr. Appleton just said it very well. I'm speaking in opposition, probably as the most impacted neighbor, specifically to the request for variance 2, 3, and 11, specifically max height and side-facing wall of 7.5 meters. So the neighborhood consists of single-family dwellings, primarily one-story bungalows along the north side of Wildwood, and two-story bungalows along the south side. The proposal does not respect the prevailing height pattern for the dwellings on Wildwood Crescent, both front and side lots. I appreciate there's been revisions to the plan. However, the height of 10.44 still exceeds the max of 10 meters. And I'm most concerned with the side lot, which directly impacts me facing to the east. Like Mr. Appleton was saying, the maximum is 7.5, and the current design has it at 9.8 something, so 2 meters over that max. And I think the intention of the bylaw as well was the sloped roof. And so this is going to have a significant impact to lighting both on my yard and through the west-facing windows in our house, which provides most of the natural light. I also think the design relative to the character of its immediate context, including prevailing size and configuration, massing and density, are excessive. The massing, there's a difference between the height being at the peak roof. So my adjacent bungalow, the max height is 5.8 meters, but again, that's to the peak. With this design, you have a flat structure. So there's no setback, at least for the 2/3 of the front, and then straight height going all the way to the back on the east side of the property. If you look at kind of the other neighbor on the other side, 44 Wildwood, he's kind of set the precedent, but has maintained the bylaws with the 10-meter height, the 7.5 meter sides. They've got the peaked roof so that the max height is set back, a lot less disruptive to light visually on the street as well. And then you've also heard from some neighbors through writing, and you'll probably hear from more, whose view is obstructed from across the street as well. So I'm also concerned with the new precedent that this sets for the neighborhood as well. So I don't see any 3-story dwellings in our neighborhood. I think if these pop up amongst the bungalows, it's going to look very out of place. And the density is too high for the lot. So I know they've reduced it there as well, but it still exceeds the max of 0.6. And I think these structures bring in more density with people, subject to basement rentals and potential duplexes down the road. Those are my concerns.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions for Mr. Flynn, anyone? Seeing none, thank you very much. If I can have the next speaker.
Hi, Mr. Lerich. You've been unmuted.
Hi. I'm my name is Janouk Lerich, and I'm not a man, but that's okay. I'm the owner of 44 Wildwood Crescent. I'm directly to the west of the application. I'd like to put forth my objections to the following requested variances, items 2, 3, 4, and 11, as well as the 3rd-story balcony terrace, as stated in our letter of objection. We remove our objection to item number 5, the request to decrease the minimum required front yard setback following the applicant's revised review waiver dated February 25th. With regards to the balcony facing our backyard, we'd like to object to the reduced privacy of our backyard. The plans and elevations provided by the application are somewhat unclear. It's unclear to us what the extent of this balcony/terrace, but as the elevation indicated, it would appear that it is overlooking our backyard, our very small backyard. I'd like to also speak to item number 3, the requested zoning bylaw variance to increase the maximum permitted height from 7.5 to 9.86 at the side exterior main walls facing the lot line is still excessively high in relation to the adjacent homes, our 2-story and the adjacent bungalow, and the overall neighborhood. No other dwelling on the street or neighborhood has a comparable height or massing to the requested variances. The building will tower over all other dwellings, particularly for 48 Wildwood, as indicated by Mr. Flynn, and cast significant shadows on the adjacent properties and the ravine. Considering the current massing of the proposed development's 3rd story and the neighboring context, the variance requested is not minor, nor does it meet the general intent and purpose of the city's zoning code and official plan. Note that the applicant's revised plans are not sufficient in our opinion, to address our concerns. We'd like to put forward a couple suggested neighborhood precedents, as indicated in our letter. I'd like to mention 8789 Wembley. I don't know if you can show that. This is a partial 3rd-story addition with sloped or pitched roof design consistent in massing to the neighborhood. The applicant could easily provide a front and back exterior main walls at 7.5 as per the zoning bylaw. Although this massing is unprecedented, no, that's not the one. Wembley Avenue, please. They can.
Is that the picture you're looking for?
No.
Just say stop when you see it.
Keep going. Stop. Although this massing is unprecedented for Wildwood Crescent, it is a common massing in the greater neighborhood. And I feel that it would be a more appropriate minor variance for Wildwood Crescent, where no 3rd-story additions exist. Option B, example B, scroll down a bit, is also on Wembley. 63 Wembley is a 3rd-story with a flat roof design consistent in massing, where the front and the back exterior main walls are lowered near the adjacent property. And the overall building height is approximately 8.7 meters. The flat roof 3rd floor design is set back from the front exterior wall, reducing its impact on the streetscape. In this condition, you can scroll down a bit. There's only one neighbor on the one side, and you can see how it steps back. Given the density requested by the applicant, this would also allow the opportunity for a step back along the exterior wall, reducing shadow impacts on the adjacent properties and reducing the impacts of the sidewalls. We feel, you can scroll, there's a couple more photos of this one there. We feel that both these options may be easily achievable by the applicants by reorienting the dwelling's staircase 180 degrees and removing the access from the entry to the basement and replacing it with access to the 2nd story. The applicant's odd stair design is unnecessarily pushing the 3rd-story massing towards the east. And this, I don't understand why this is happening. The applicant does have opportunities to provide a partial 3rd floor that is in better keeping with the neighborhood. Option B also observes that the comparable dwelling may be achieved by lowering the very high ground floor height of 1.4 meters above established grade, the ground floor, which also may address the proposed dwelling's current inaccessible backyard.
Oh, sorry, I need you to wrap up. You're way over 5 minutes.
Okay. We may consider removing the objection to item 4 if variances with conditions consistent with items A and B are granted by the committee. We may also consider removing our objection to item 2 and 11 if variances with consistent conditions to option A are granted. I'd like to thank the committee for their time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Ms. Valentini?
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to know, I noticed your house is a 2-story house. So do you know what the height of your house is overall?
10 meters.
It is 10 meters to the peak, I'm assuming?
Correct.
Okay, and is it comply with the bylaw in terms of, I guess, sidewall height or?
Yes, absolutely. Heights, front, side, top. We did for a variance regarding to the ravine setback.
Okay, but otherwise, in terms of height and sidewall and everything complies. Okay, I just wanted to get a sense of how tall your house was. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have the final person? Again, this one I'm not sure if they want to speak or not, so.
Hi,
This is John Pollock.
Hi, did you want to speak? I show you as listed in interest, so I'm not sure if you wanted to speak or not.
Yeah, I could just really quickly speak. I think that I just wanted to speak on behalf of all the neighborhood, and there was a number of.
Yeah, just give us your name and address for the record, and then just go ahead.
Oh, John Pollock, 41 Wildwood. My house is directly in front of the proposed house, so looking out my window, I see it. I just think that the entire neighbors, if you read all the objections, are pretty consistent. So I just wanted to say from my perspective that I'm supportive of that. I don't understand why we would build a 3-story building on our street when there is not a single building that is that way. And I don't understand why we would grant a variance where they're allowed to push their house out to the front of the street. That doesn't make sense to me. No other house on the street has ever been granted such a variance. And like I said, if you read the objections from all of the neighbors, they're very consistent. So I just hope the committee considers all of the objections in totality. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of the speaker, panel members? Okay, thank you, Mr. Pollock. Mr. Mladenoff, you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we'll reset the clock. You please speak only to the issues raised by the speakers.
Yes. So I would like to point out that ground floor existing level is 1.4 meter above the grading. So it is existing condition, and that's why in total we got this height. Our second floor ceiling and third is 8 foot 6 inches, and it can go down, let's say, 1 foot less to further to revise the height for 0.3 meters. Then item number 3, height of the side exterior main walls. It appears just on one side we have that issue, on the other side we are below. And that's it, pretty much what actually client wanted to do, and we tried to make it as small as possible to have this partially third floor. And this small balcony actually, you can see in the floor plan that privacy for the neighbor at 44 would be preserved. Balcony is set back from the edge, and we can add here some screen if required to preserve their privacy. So that's all from my side. Thanks.
Okay. So you mentioned are you reducing the height more, or you?
Yes, we can go 0.3 meters less because the proposed ceiling height is 8 foot 6 inches at third and second floor. So if we go 6 inches on both floors, we can go like down approximately 0.3 meter. And in that case, we would be like 10.10, not 10.44, which is actually the consequence of existing ground floor height. If our ground floor was lower, then we would not have this issue with the total height of the building.
Yeah, so are you officially revising variance number 2 and 11 from 10.44 to 10.10, or you want to go with the 10.44?
I mean, if this would help you, so this
Well,
is...
it's not a matter of, you know, guessing what the committee might or might not do with this. It's a matter of whether you want to revise it or if you want to go with 10.44.
Let me just calculate what is exactly so it is minus 30 centimeters, yes. So we can revise this to be
10.14?
yes, 10.14.
Okay, so variance
And
number,
also the number
11. So
number three would go down from 9.86, it will go to 9.56. And 11 also 10.14.
Okay, so just to be 100% clear, so
Yes.
you are revising variance 2 to read 10.14, variance
Yes.
number 3, 9.56, and variance
Yes.
number 11, 10.14.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Now,
thank you.
thanks. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Nipfel, then Ms. Valentini.
Yes, could we pull up the third floor plan, please? The neighbors have raised a lot of concern about the third floor. So I think without the third floor, this project would probably be a lot more desirable and acceptable to the neighborhood. I have questions about this particular allotment of space. No, that drawing there, that's good. The balcony is a huge privacy infringement on the neighbor to the west. And you have a master bedroom and ensuite, but you have a master bedroom and ensuite on the second floor. So do you really need this bedroom? Is there a mistake in the drawings? And then there's a very unusual room that's called a wet bar, which encourages one to think that the balcony is a real entertainment area if it's serviced by a bar, and the bar actually prevents you from stepping back the third floor from the front. And then if you could go to the elevations, the front elevation, according to that floor plan, there's another piece to the building to the left. Is there not? It shows, if you go back to the floor plan, there's the balcony and then there's a roof below. That doesn't seem to show on the front elevation.
Yeah, it is drafting mistake. So this guardrail is shifted back as shown in the floor plan.
So is the front elevation correct? Where's the lower roof?
Lower roof.
In the third floor plan, that balcony
yes.
stops and then there's a roof extending out, but where is it?
Yes, where is the column? So it would be the end of the balcony. Where is the column? So railing would not go further.
Yeah, but that's not my point. I don't think the front elevation is accurate. There, in that area, drawing there, that whole roof area doesn't show on the front elevation.
Yeah, it was actually revised. So the guardrail would be as it is shown on the third floor plan. It doesn't.
But my point is simply the front elevation does not appear accurate. The building is actually wider than the elevation shows.
Yes.
And my second point is the wet bar associated with the balcony makes the balcony a rather suspicious area. It looks like it's a real entertainment area. And thirdly, why do you have a master bedroom and an ensuite if you've already got it on the second floor? It seems to me you could eliminate the third floor.
It was request by the owner. I mean, the design is done as to the owner's input. They wanted master bedroom on the third floor and 3 bedrooms on the second. One of them had opportunity to have like ensuite, and but this is actually the main master bedroom, and we can eliminate this wet bar area. It was, it would just be like a recreation area, and we can put some screen on this side to provide the privacy of the neighbor.
The wet bar area could actually be an extension of the balcony, could it not? Could that not be where the balcony goes? And then you wouldn't have the privacy concern, and you'd also be able to step back the third floor.
Yeah, it could be.
I'm raising, I believe that the objectors have raised really valid concerns about the third floor. I think the third floor needs to be rethought.
Ms. Valentini?
I also have concerns about the height in the third floor, although, when I look at the numbers, they don't look overly huge because a lot of amendments have been made. But I think in the context, in terms of how the massing is presented, and it's all to one side, abutting another bungalow, and it's not step back. Often we see it as the speaker from 44 pointed out, we often see third floors step back from the front. So that's not my question. Those are my observations. So I agree with what Mr. Nipfel has said. But my question is more specifically in terms of the massing and the FSI. I see you have revised it, so efforts have been made to bring it down. How does this fit into the neighborhood, like particularly in this pocket on this street?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last.
The FSI variance you're asking for, how does it fit in with what is currently on the street? Are there other examples of FSIs that are, at 0.82?
Oh.
I'm sorry, I missed your answer.
Are you aware of any other examples of this kind of floor space index you're requesting on the street?
It was shown in one of the photos of the neighbors, a 3-story building. It is the only one which is similar to this one, but their ground floor is much lower. So that's why their overall building height is lower. And it is similar to what we are proposing.
So the FSI is similar to the one that was a few streets over, but not in the context of this area. You don't have any other examples.
No.
Sort of the immediate area. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
Any further questions, panel members? Okay, seeing none, let's take it into committee. Ms. Valentini.
Thank you. I commend the applicant for making amendments and working with planning and trying to, lower the height. And originally, when I saw this, the front yard setback for me was a big concern. But I still do have concerns, and I think the neighbors have raised some good points about, even though numerically the height difference isn't huge in terms of what the bylaw is, I think that coupled with the FSI and just the massing of the building and how the massing is placed in this particular case, I have concerns about the impact it'll have on the street and whether it'll fit in with the character of the existing neighborhood in terms of massing. I don't think it will, and I think that it will have an impact on the neighbors on both sides and across the street. I think the balcony provides on the side, runs the full length. It provides a lot of overlook opportunity and privacy concerns. And I think just the height difference between this and the massing and the bungalow on the other side is a concern for me. So I won't be supporting the application. Those are my comments.
Okay, anyone else? Ms. Hayes and then Mr. Niffel.
I would agree with the comments of my colleagues. I would just add also the design elements, I don't believe meet the character of the neighborhood. There is a modern interpretation of a peaked roof immediately adjacent, which is tried to respect at least the peak roof. I don't see anything like this. And I think the sidewall height impact for the one neighbor, I think is too great. And the massing, I believe, is too large.
Mr. Niffel.
Oh, basically, I don't want to reiterate. I agree with my colleagues. I'm also concerned that the front elevation is misleading. I don't think it's accurate. I think the building, in fact, is much bigger than is shown in that elevation. So, Madam Chairman, based on all of the comments that have been made, I'd like to bring a motion forward that the application be refused because it is inconsistent with the neighborhood and it is introducing privacy and other concerns for the neighbors that needn't be introduced.
Okay, do I have a seconder, Ms. Valentini? So motion to refuse the application for, sorry, as amended, yeah? As amended for the reasons stated. And moved by Mr. Niffel, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, thank you, everyone. Item number 4, 235 Heath Street East. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a list of comparable approvals from the agent as well as a map of written and verbal support. We have staff report from forestry asking for conditions 2 and 3. We have 8 form letters in support from 234, 239, 257 Heath Street East, as well as 107, 109 Clifton, 347, 340 now Mount Pleasant, and 100 Rose Park Drive. We have correspondence in opposition from 233 Heath Street. We received late yesterday in our agenda, supplemental agenda, opposition from 228 Heath and again from 233 Heath Street East. And I am showing one person. I'm not sure if they want to speak. Can we just go to that opposition first? I'll just check if they want to speak or not.
Hello?
Hi, is this Sandy?
It is Sandy.
Hi, Sandy, did you want to speak in opposition?
Sure.
Okay,
I would like to speak. I don't have anything like formal because I didn't realize it was
that's
so.
fine. I just want to know because if you are speaking in opposition, I'll have the agent do a brief presentation first.
Okie doke.
Okay, so I'll come back to you. All right, do we have the agent on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi. Your name? Hi, Mr.
Hi. Yeah.
What's your name, please?
Hi, Mr. Liu. I see you logged in through your computer and your phone. Please mute one of them.
Hello? Hear me? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Mr. Liu?
Yes, speaking.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, Brad New.
Okay, can you do a presentation? No more than 5 minutes. The clock's starting now.
Yes. Yeah, my name is Brad New. I'm the designer on behalf of the owner. Actually, this one is minor one. Look at the notice. We have only 4 items. One is the density, like a 4 area 6. Actually, the over only requirement 0.6, 1.694. Other one is the wall height, not the outside is height. Number 1, because this is house is arrow, if it's height, so same time to the wall height, so that's lost some roof top floor area like ceiling. The number 2 item is equal. It's affected by the number 4 setback. So it's come to item 4 is the setback because we want the existing foundation. Existing setback is same as this one. You know, this is small term. So yeah, if they speak, I can answer the question. Or any you have any question, I can answer. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I really was having a hard time
Yeah,
hearing.
we barely can make out what you're saying. Mr. Liu?
Yes.
Okay, I think you went through the variances and, but we really didn't hear most of what you said.
Oh yes, if you want, I have like we got some support and also we have a summary for the summary there. If you can see, our support material number 1. See?
Yeah, you want us to
there?
put something on the screen?
The summary of the
support map?
Approved one is the support material 1. Can put there and show something. Can you?
Sorry, what do you want us to put up?
Support the material bracket 1 there, the summary.
Summary. I don't know. I'll check this up. I'm not sure.
You support the material, yeah.
No, it's got to be in the regular agenda.
Yeah, that's one.
That
yeah.
one? Okay.
Yeah, that's one. That's one.
All
that's
right.
Summary. Yes, yes. Yeah, you can see R1 is at the top. Yeah, it's actually only matter. You can see setback and space index. Compare all neighborhood or one below. You can see it's a similar one, but it's all like index all much more than us. One is a little bit. And also I missed the wall height and the project, and that's what I expected. And setback also because 0.9 and 0.48, if you go to below, they have a lot even closer than us. Yeah. At the summary. Yeah.
Okay, anything else, sir, that you want to let us know?
No, yeah, that's why.
Okay, I'll have,
yeah.
I do have one lady that would like to speak.
Yeah,
So
we will speak after
yeah, after you can come back. And when you come back, I don't know, are you using like headphones and a mic, or what are you using? Because it's very difficult to understand you.
Oh, but I use the notebook.
Notebook. Okay. Well, We'll have you back, and hopefully you can maybe turn up the volume of your speaker. Okay, so I'm going to ask the opposition now to speak.
Hi, my name is Sandy Beach, and I live at 338 Mount Pleasant. I don't have anything formal. I didn't realize it was formal. I would just like to say we go along the side of the property, and the garage being back would block our light in our backyard. Just in general, like the chopping of the tree and having the house go way further back, I think people have lived there for, 30, 40 years and have a quality of life with the lights and the trees, and to just have that taken away, your sunny spot in your house is no longer, and you just face brick walls is not ideal. I'd also like to question the notes of support. It was two men coming around in a time when you really don't get anybody knocking on your door and insisting that we sign this note. We didn't, but we know a number of neighbors who just said they didn't know what was going on and they just signed it because they were quite aggressive, saying, no, sign, you have to sign it. And with a lot of seniors in the neighborhood, I think people just signed things to make them go away. So I don't know how much actual support there is for the project, but and we understand, there's going to be new builds and things will be different, but it just seems to take a large tree down again, and to have the house go that far back, it changes everyone's view and light and quality of life, and I think it's a bit excessive. So again, I didn't know this was as legal or formal, but I just wanted to say that we sent a note, but it may have been too late because I didn't actually get the paperwork saying about the development, and I didn't know about it until the men came knocking on the door. So whether it got lost in the mail or however that happened, but so yeah, I just wanted to say that we disagree with it. And that's it.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker, Mr. Nifel?
Just a very quick question. Speech, I've got the a map up of the area. I didn't hear your address. Are you at 338?
Yes, 338, yeah. So
and you're beside the garage?
We're beside the garage. And if the garage goes further back, sorry, I'm at work, trying to get my mask back on. If it goes further back, then that is like facing a brick wall in our backyard.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying.
Okay, you're welcome.
Ms. Valentini, did you have a question or were you adjusting your mic? Okay. Any further questions for this speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Okay, Mr. Liu, can you speak to the issue raised about the garage? Can't hear.
Okay.
Okay. I can't hear. If you're speaking, I can't hear you. You're cutting in and out.
Hello?
Yeah.
Are you here?
I'm here, but if you were
Okay.
speaking, I didn't hear anything, so maybe start over.
Yeah, okay. For the mentioned garage, and this is lot is the L shape. So its garage is back.
I don't know. I can't hear you at all.
Hi, Mr. Liu. Try using your phone instead.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, but there's a big echo. Do you have the meeting running in the background on the computer? If you do, can you turn the volume down or off? No, not an iPad, something else, I forget.
Notebook.
Notebook, thanks. Thanks, Carl.
Oh,
Okay, let's try this again. Go ahead.
yeah, hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Let me start over, okay, for the comments. First one is about the garage. So this lot is L-shaped. Existing garage is there. Only the move a little bit inside, but is no how to say, no house, no building. It's only one story. I don't know any affect the labor, and yeah, it's also meet the zoning requirement. And the second one, she mentioned about the height and length. Actually, our proposal is all meet the zoning requirement, height and length. And yep, a lot of things is mentioned about the tree. Actually, this property have 6 big trees there. We only remove 1 and still have the 5. You compare neighborhood, was the most, I mean, the most trees there and a lot. Compare neighborhood. If she want, we still can plant 1 or 2 in the backyard. It's no problem for us. It's not a big deal. And yeah, she mentioned about the 2 neighborhood. We go to ask their support. We show to them our site plan and house if they ask, mostly they ask, and also we show the summary, show how is our one proposal is just minor. So they agree, and that's all. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right, panel members, do you have any questions for Ms. Hayes?
Just one point of clarification. Did I correctly hear that you're building on top of the existing foundation, although it's a new build? And that's why
Yes,
you're
new
keeping
build.
the setback?
Yes.
So are you digging a new foundation?
Yeah, for other 3 sides, only one side we'll keep, yeah.
So you're keeping the foundation that you need the variance for the setback. Was I correct in what I heard?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, panel members? Seeing none, let's take it into committee for a decision. Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments from the neighbor on Mount Pleasant with respect to the repositioning of the garage and the impact that's going to have, but there are no variances before the committee related to the proposal to reconstruct the garage in a newer location. With respect to the variances for the house, I don't believe that what's being requested, in my opinion, are out of line. The 3rd floor is step back at the rear. I would propose that if it's approved, that there be screening on that balcony on all sides for the neighbors. I think there was comparables provided that suggests that the FSI certainly is not out of line with it's in the area, and I would be able to support the application. And if my colleagues have no further comment, I'd be prepared to move a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'll move a motion to approve the application, subject to forestry condition number 2 and 3, and subject to screening on all sides of the rear third floor terrace to a minimum of 1.5 meters.
Okay, do I have a seconder with those conditions, Ms. Valentini? So motion to approve, including forestry 2 and 3, condition for screening on all sides of the third floor balcony to 1.5 meters, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Your application's been approved. Item number 5, 176 LAUDER Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of the existing trees on the property, and correspondence in support from 177, which is adjacent, as well as 176. The only speaker I'm showing is the agent. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, ma'am. It's Farnaz Bigdeli on behalf of Arc Inch Design and Construction.
I'm sorry. What's your name?
Farnaz Bigdeli.
Okay, can you spell that? Because I'm showing somebody else listed here.
I know. I've worked for the company. It's F as in Frank,
Yep.
A as in Apple, R as in Robert, N as in Nancy, A as in Apple, Z as in Zebra. And my family name Bigdeli, B as in Bob, I as in India, G as in George, D as in David, E as in Edward, L, Lily, I, India. Farnaz Bigdeli.
Great, thank you. We've read all the materials. I don't think we need a presentation. We have 2 variances before us. Panel members, any questions for the agent?
I have presented, I have prepared a very nice presentation, so.
Yeah, that's great. We're running way behind in time, and I don't know that we need it. But Mr. Nipfel has a question for you.
Sure, sir.
Just a very quick one. I notice, unless I've missed it, there is no comment from the attached semi at 181. Have you had conversations with them, and can you share with me their view of your proposal?
Can I get an access to share the material?
No. Is there something you sent in you want us to put on the screen?
Everything has been sent, but I put it in a logical format of the presentation. There's nothing new.
I know, but is there something you want us to put up on the screen that you sent in? No?
Okay, you are no. You said it is 181. Yes, it is the immediate neighbor, and they are fully supportive of our application. They believe, and they mentioned in the letter, that it will not interfere with any sight line nor natural light. So they are fully supportive, and our clients in a very good relationship because they've been living here for 17 years. So kids grow up.
I don't have that letter, so thank you. So you've got a letter of support from 181 then. I don't have that.
Sir.
My other question was, it appears to me that you need some third floor balcony screening along the north side. Do you have any comments about that?
Screening for the rear of the property, you mean?
There's a balcony there, is there not?
There is a new note. It's just a slope roof. There is a balcony on the other side. Yes. Sorry, I was looking at the other side of the property. Yes.
Okay, and it's stepped back. Is there an overview problem, or is normally we ask screening of balconies, and that's why I'm asking you. Do you think that we need there it is there? It's not screened on the sides, and is there a potential overlook from any side of that balcony that needs screening?
We didn't receive any concern from the neighbor, but we are okay to put up this screening. But yeah, we are okay.
On the north side, right?
Yes.
On the north edge. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay. Ms. Bigdelia, we're ready to go into committee to make a decision on this one. As I said, we're running really way behind. We have
Sure.
read all the materials. Is there anything that wasn't submitted other than the letter you just referenced from the other neighbor that you want to add before we make a decision on this?
Actually, I just wanted to say the letter from 181, the immediate neighbor, has actually been submitted.
Oh, really?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
I am.
just, staff's just checking. It may not have made it to our agenda. While they're looking, is anything else that's not in the materials we have?
The only thing that I wanted to add is just giving you an idea, the same thing, the same proposal, the height, because there are just two variants that we are seeking. It's been approved before for 187 LAUDER Avenue. So it is very close in a nature, less aggressive than the other proposal. So we think this is minor in nature.
All right, thank you very much.
Problem.
Okay, so we've confirmed we do have the letter from the neighbor. We're unable to share it though. Mr. Nifel, did you have something else you wanted to say, or?
I was going to bring forward a motion.
Okay, so let's take
I was going to
it
bring
into-
forward a
yeah,
motion.
go ahead,
Okay.
go ahead.
Madam Chairman, I don't have any difficulty with this application. The addition is not identical to the attached semi, but I think there's been some care taken to reduce its impact on the street. I would recommend, or I'd like to bring forward a motion of, and it has approval from both neighbors. I would like to bring forward a motion of approval subject to screening the third floor balcony on the north edge.
Okay, for Ms. Hayes, you're seconding, so that motion with the condition for screening as outlined by Mr. Nifel, moved by Mr. Nifel, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Your application's been approved. Okay, item number 6. 64 Langford Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Correspondence in opposition from 66, which is adjacent. We have email correspondence with a condition in our supplemental agenda from planning, and maybe staff can put the planning condition on the screen. All right, I show one speaker. Do you have that person on the line?
Yep. Hi, it's John McMeans.
Hi, John. Before I go any further, are you seeking to speak in opposition to this application?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, yes, and or get more clarity, because I spoke with the property owner yesterday and he seemed to put my mind at ease, but
okay,
I've never been through one of these, so I'm here to kind of tell you what I think, and then I'll let the panel decide.
Okay, well, normally if there's opposition, we have the applicant do a presentation. If, however, having said that, if there's been discussions between the two of you, and I don't know if there's any kind of compromises made between you, then it's easier to do it kind of backwards. But if that's not the case, I'll go to the architect for a presentation.
Yeah, that's probably the best. And then, like, I just assume I'll like everyone else before me, I'll just talk about the oppositions that I have.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, do I have the architect on the line?
Hi, it's Casimir Street.
Hi, you sound like you're in a cave. I can barely hear you.
Oh, sorry, is it better now?
Much better.
Oh, my name is Casimir.
And you're gone again.
I don't know the issue.
Okay, right now it's good. So what's your name?
My name is Casimir Street.
Okay, so if you can do a presentation, then we'll start the clock. No more than 5 minutes, please.
Do you mind start with the PDF that it's sent and it's on the document?
Is that you sent in a PDF?
Yeah, it was sent late, but it has been uploaded to the.
Okay, staff's gonna have to look for it. Committee never got it.
Oh, this one, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I'm going quickly because I'm running out of time. So our this development is keeping the existing building envelope and adding a bedroom in the attic area. So from the massing, we just increase the dormer size that you can see as a dashed line on the right. And also we are taking off the red area, which is existing, and adding a bay window on the left, which is marked in green. Can you go next, please? So the number 2, which is talking about the platform, we have an existing porch that we are keeping, which is already built very close to the property line. So I just want to bring that to your attention. Can you go next? In terms of building height, we are keeping the roof and expanding the dormer without changing anything in the existing height. So the height that we are showing is the existing height from many years ago that has been built. And we had some good conversation with the planning staff. And to increase the privacy, we are changing the design to have a screen of 1.5 meters on both sides of the outdoor terrace. Would you mind going to next, please? Oh, sorry, just one thing is the floors are existing, so we are not changing any height of the floors as well.
Okay, next page you want?
Please. So number 4, the rear main walls are existing, and we are not changing that. So there is no change in that one, except the guardrail, which would be glass, and it won't be an issue from the height perspective. Would you mind going to next, please? So on the front, the same, we are keeping the existing height. We have a dormer that you see on the left, but we are expanding that dormer a little bit to accommodate the one small bedroom with a stair that gives access. So just to giving you the background of that. Would you mind going to next, please? So in terms of number 5, we have we done some research. This property is very close to 2 main subway lines. And the red one is our property, and the yellow ones are the similar they have more floor index than ours, just giving you the some precedent of this density in the area. And the added area are marked in red here, so we just changed the attic to a floor. There is a minor addition on the bay window and to the right, which is not that much. So we are keeping the building envelope, just adding the attic to the floor space. And the last one, please. This is also in regard to Mr. John that the owner has spoken to yesterday. So just to explain, the roof is existing, and the eave is the existing eave, which is built very close to the property line. But in terms of the concern about the fire hazard, because of the building permit requirement, we're gonna make this wall as a fire-rated wall, and it's gonna be much better in terms of the fire. That's gonna be improved, that issue, just let you know, John. And can you go next, please? Oh, that's the final one. This is just the letter that we received from John.
Okay,
that's it.
So I'll come back to you after we hear from Mr. McMeans, okay?
Sure.
All right. Hi, you there, John?
I am, thank you.
Can you just identify yourself, name and address for the record? Then we'll restart the clock and you can go ahead for 5 minutes if you want.
Okay, thank you very much. It's John McMeans, and I'm the property owner at 66 Langford Avenue, which is the house just to the north of the property in question right now.
Okay, go ahead.
So in general, I don't really have any problems with this, but the 2 areas that I was concerned about, and I'm not sure if it's been addressed, but so I want to just get specific on it, is with the variances, there was the first one and the 5th one, both were talking about what I thought was an encroachment to the lot line. So in the first variance, it spoke about the 3rd-story platform being located 0.4 meters from the side of the north lot line, but the building setback was for 0.45 meters. So number 1 was it just, you know, it was an encroachment further. And then the second concern I had was the 5th variance, which was specific to the eaves on the third-story addition being located 0.05 meters from the side of the lot line, where they were, I think, supposed to be no closer than 0.3 meters to the lot line. And that's quite a big difference, right? That's like a 5-fold difference, if I'm understanding it correctly. So really my concerns are, you know, the eaves of the house or the third-story platform becoming encroaching closer to my property, and you know, and I'm also wondering whether those are fire hazards as well, you know, in the terms of the houses being too close together. So those are the only concerns I had. Thank you.
Okay, panel members, any questions for the speaker? No? Okay, so I'll go back to, thanks, Mr. McMeans. I'm going to go back to the architect and he can address those two things.
Thank you.
Would you mind sharing the last page, please? Thank you so much. From the PDF that it was on right now. Oh, sorry, thanks. So, John, just to make it clear, the variance is 0.3 meters, which is like 30 centimeters as a foot. And because a building is existing and it has been built at that time very close to the property line, so it has been built like this, but there is no encroachment to your property line. It's inside our property, but it's closer than the zoning requirement for the current time. And actually, that's just to give you the background. And on the other concern that you have, the same, because there is no encroachment to your property. We are within our property line, but we are closer than the current zoning requirement for City of Toronto new bylaws. So, and the last one, which I like to address again, is for the fire hazard. That building requirement needs to take the existing wall and bring it to current code, which needs to make it to add type X fire rated gypsum board added to the wall. So the blue line that you see on this line would be a fire rated wall in future after the development is done. That's it for me. Thanks.
Okay, panel members, any questions? Ms. Hayes, Ms. Valentini after that.
Just a quick question. I read in the material that there's an existing permit on this. So is this just something that's been caught as you've gone along, or was there a major change from the permit that's already been granted? Because I was trying to recognize the changes. Is it mainly the dormer at the front?
The permit is a very old permit. To be honest, I'm not sure about the history of that, but this is a new design that has been done.
But it's partially constructed. Is it partially constructed?
Yeah, it's partially constructed. It's under construction right now.
That's what I thought when I was looking at it. Thank you.
Ms. Valentini?
No worries.
Just really to clarify, so the roof eaves are in existing condition, right? That's correct?
That's right. Yes.
That's right. And I mean, the deck obviously isn't because it's new, but it's not going to be any closer than the setback is for the house, I suppose, the existing structure.
The porch is existing and we are keeping the front porch. So this is
I was looking at variance one. The third story platform.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Yeah, that's going to be within the footprint of the existing building, correct?
That's right. There's no...
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I thought that was the case, but anyway, thank you.
No worries.
Okay, and you're aware of the condition that planning's asking for the screening on the third story terrace?
Yes, we are. Thank you so much for bringing that.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, we're ready to take it into committee. Mr. Nifl.
Madam Chairman, and unless my colleagues have any concern, I think this is a very good submission. I would like to compliment the architect on the PDF that you just used to explain the project. The drawings were very, very helpful, as was your explanation. I think it's a very sensitive proposal for a modest expansion to a third floor. and keeping much of it within the existing roof line just by enlarging the dormer. I have no difficulty with it. I don't think that it'll have any negative impact to anyone, as long as the planning condition is complied with, which is to provide screening on the third floor deck. So on that basis, I'd like to move approval of the application subject to the condition recommended by planning.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Ms. Valentini. So motion to approve, including the planning condition, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Item number 7, 423 Ontario Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have 4 photographs of trees on the property. We have email correspondence from Transportation Services. They don't have any condition. Forestry is asking for condition number 2. And we have a covering letter from the agent. And I have one speaker listed, so just the agent. You there, sir?
Hi, yes, I am.
Hi, what's your name?
My name is Eric Hayden, and my address is 455 Dover Court Road, and I am the representative for the owners at 423 Ontario Street.
Okay, I don't think we need a presentation, panel members. Do you have any questions for the agent? Okay, we're ready to take it into committee, Mr. Hayden. We've read all the materials that were submitted. Is there anything you want to add that that we don't have or that you feel is important before we go into committee?
No, unless you have any questions, I believe everything has been included.
No, we're good. Okay, panel members, let's take it into committee. Ms. Valentini.
Thank you. I think the presentation materials were great in explaining sort of the existing situation and what's being proposed. In my view, this is a small it's a small addition. It's at the rear. It's a 3rd-story addition. It's going to be slightly higher than the existing roof, but not measurably, so I don't think there's going to be an impact as a result of that. There is a variance for front softscape, but I think as the agent explained, there's also, although it's not on private property, there is other softscape in the form of the city boulevard. So I think there is plenty of softscape for this property. I also think that the increase in size in the garage is going to match sort of the existing neighborhood. So I'm in support of this application. I don't know if my colleagues have any comments. I'd like to bring a motion forward for approval of the application. In my view, it meets the 4 tests, and it would be subject to urban forestry condition number 2.
Okay, do I have a seconder? So, motion to approve, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Ms. Hayes, including forestry number 2. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 8, 15 Poplar Plains Road, or Crescent rather. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of the existing trees. We have a tree protection plan, email correspondence from Transportation Services. They don't have any concerns. They note that the variance for parking is due to the car lift. We have a staff report from Forestry asking for condition number 2. In our supplementary agenda, we received a report from planning. I believe they're asking for refusal, and correspondence in opposition from number 23. And we also have opposition from number 19, Poplar Plains Crescent. Okay. I'm showing 2 opposition speakers. Do we have them both? Okay. All right. Do I have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, loud and clear. I just need your name.
Thank you. Last name is
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sorry. Last name is Bronskill, Bronskill. First initial D for David from Goodman's LLP. Our address in normal times is 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400. And I'm here as agent for the applicant.
Okay. I do have 2 people speaking in opposition, so if I can ask you to do a presentation no more than 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I was going to do in the presentation is give a quick overview of what is being proposed. I was then going to deal with the planning report. I have seen correspondence and opposition. I don't know if they're the same as the speakers who were registered, and so I may reserve more detailed comments on what they're saying until I've heard, because I don't know if they're the same people or not. But you do have in front of you, Madam Chair and panel, a proposal for a new 3-story detached dwelling. There is an accessory structure at the rear with the garage with a lift to allow multiple parking. You'll note, Madam Chair, as you noted in your intro, there is an email from Transportation Services indicating no concerns with the parking solution on the property. The design itself, and I did see one of the objection letters, and I have to say, Detached Design is a well-known architect in the city. I think they've designed an appropriate house for the site, taking cues from the neighborhood, but this is not replication of another house that's in the area. And in fact, I'm saying this with a bit of irony. I've done a lot of these committee of adjustment applications, as you know, and I've never seen someone complain that something is too similar to what is in the area in terms of the test for respecting and reinforcing the existing character of the neighborhood. As the panel will note, this is the type of dwelling that has been proposed and approved and constructed on this stretch of Poplar Plains before. And if there is a concern that TAC Design, a well-known and award-winning architect, is doing something inappropriate, well, there's other mechanisms to deal with that. But I think the step backs that you see in the elevations of the design and the proposal itself are very high quality from one of the city's great architects. In terms of densities, I would simply note that along Poplar Plains, there's been a range of FSI approvals, including at 19 from the objection letter at 0.94, down at 76, there's 1.19. There's a range from what we've tracked at 0.65 at the lowest range of approvals on Poplar Plains up to, as I noted, at 75, 1.19, and then a couple of lots away, 0.94. Overall, we think the FSI is appropriate, and the massing itself, as it's been deployed on the site, is appropriate without any undue negative impacts. In terms of the planning memo, as we understand it, it's a concern that the house is too far forward in terms of the relationship to the rest of the street. And we'd acknowledge that 15 as proposed is slightly forward from 13 on the one side and 17 on the other. But what's interesting is 19 Poplar Plains, which I think is critical of the house that we're proposing, is actually closer to Poplar Plains with a variance approved 3 years ago of 3.9 meters. So we actually don't agree with the planning assessment that there's a uniform front yard setback on Poplar Plains. In fact, it does stagger. And then very quickly, as you move west on Poplar Plains, there's a curve in the road, and there's a further, I would call, stepping of the front yard setback. So I don't think there's a uniform or prevailing front yard setback. And I think this front yard setback, which opens up, frankly, more space in the backyard, and also allows an appropriate relationship to the existing driveway that's in the front yard, we think is actually appropriate. It's measured to a one-story portion that comes down with stairs, and then there's a 2-story, and then there's a further step back to the 3rd story. So we just simply disagree with planning staff. We actually think when viewed in the context of the entire street, it fits in with the pattern of front yard setbacks. That's all I propose to do, Madam Chair, in terms of an intro, because I know there are 2 speakers. I'm happy to take questions now, or once we've heard from those speakers and I've responded, I'm obviously happy to take questions from the panel at that time.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel members, are you okay to hold your questions till after we hear from the opposition? Okay. Do you have the first person on the line?
Hi, this is Lori Billinghurst.
Hi, can I have your address, please, for the record?
Sure, I'm at 19 Poplar Plains Crescent, so I'm 2 doors down from this proposal, and I'm just going to apologize in advance if you hear babies. It's because I'm sitting between 2 twins feeding them.
All right.
So I'm a mom at home, but this is a testament to how important this is to me. So listen, I'm presenting today on behalf of my husband and I, as well as our architect, Mr. Stan Mackow of Mackow Associates. Mr. Mackow is a well-regarded and esteemed architect within the city of Toronto. He couldn't attend the meeting today because of his professional obligations. As pointed out by Mr. Bronskill, our home is 2 doors down. We were built in 2020 by SKR Custom Homes, and our plans were developed originally by Mr. Mackow after extensive consultation with my husband and I over almost a year. And his plans are an original work. And you can see representative samples of our plans in my letter of objection, which show the exterior rear elevation as well as the interior layout, the basement, main, second, and third floors. You'll note that Mr. Mackow's plans, and I haven't put that in my letter, but they all have an acknowledgement of copyright on them, which very clearly state that this drawing is the property of the architect and the copyright of this drawing and work executed from it is reserved, meaning please don't copy my plans. And I'll note that Mr. Mackow's plans have not been transferred or licensed to any other parties. Prior to building our home, we submitted a request for variances to the committee, and these were approved in April 2018, so 3 years ago, and are part of the public record. As is the case for all COA applications, our exterior and interior architectural plans were published on the COA website and therefore made publicly available. But even though they were made publicly available, the intent here and consent was never given for them to being copied. I'm asking you to consider denying Mr. Stern's application for the variances needed to build his home, as I think they'll be inappropriate for the Rathnalley neighborhood, and I'm going to explain why. So first, as you can see from the images of our plans placed side by side with Mr. Stern's, the proposed home at 15 Poplar Plains is virtually identical, both inside and out, apart from some minor changes in exterior architectural detail. And I cannot tell you how disturbing it was to open up this proposal. I'm not opposed to development, but when I opened up this proposal and I saw my house being replicated 2 doors down, I felt like somebody had broken into my house and stolen from me. This is very clearly copyright infringement. You'll note that unlike our architect's plans, the plans submitted by TAC Design don't have any claim to copyright on them, and they can't claim copyright because they're not their own original work. All architects and designers draw inspiration, but when the inspiration goes into copying, that's stealing IP. You know, unethical, it's illegal. They've stolen intellectual property, and I think that's one reason why this proposal should be considered inappropriate. The committee may consider copyright disputes to not be within their province, but I'm asking you to carefully weigh it because the climate for copyright infringement is supported by the COA application process. Firstly, you publish original architectural plans on your website. And then secondly, everybody knows it's so challenging for homeowners and developers to get houses approved that savvy developers like Mr. Stern, they know it's easiest to just copy a neighboring house than it is to come up with their own original work. They don't want any difficulty there, right? Secondly, the cookie cutter approach taken here, where the form, proportions, and layout of the plan and facade elements, it's harmful to the varied streetscape that defines the character of our street and the neighborhood. Allowing cookie cutter development to replace the existing home will be damaging to its physical characteristics. Mr. Stern is the director of custom homes at Scale Developments. He purchased this property 1 year ago in December and has been renting it out. He's an experienced developer, and he knows the fastest and cheapest way to get it built is to copy our plans that have already been approved. It's reasonable to infer from his behavior that he's going to build a spec house. If he was going to build his own house, why would he copy mine? So not only have Mr. Stern and TAC Design stolen IP, but they stand to profit from it should these variances be approved. So taken together, while the nature and scale of the variances may be in keeping with past approvals, the committee must consider the desirability and appropriateness of this proposal, wherein the effect is to illegally and unethically infringe on the copyright of our architect, undermine the character of the street and neighborhood, and set precedent and promote future residential developments that infringe on copyright and undermine the character and street of the neighborhood. What's to stop from somebody else coming in, buying another property down the street and copying my home again so they can get it approved? I'm asking them to come forward with an original design for the development of 15 Poplar Plains. And I think that asking the committee to approve a poor copy of a neighboring home is wrong. Finally, when you publish our plans, to me, as a mom of 3 young kids and I look at this and I say, any old person can look at my plans online, know exactly where I'm sleeping at night, know where my kids are sleeping. And I'm asking you to take my plans for my home off the website so that no one else can copy them. And I'm asking you to take these plans off your website because there are plans. And that would make me feel safer and able to sleep at night taking care of my babies. So respectfully, I'm asking you to deny the variances requested for this property.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you. Do you have the next speaker on the line?
Hello?
Hi, who am I speaking to?
It's Judy Wilson. I live at 17 Poplar Plains Crescent, so I'm right next door to number 15. Okay. I'm actually in between the 15 and 19, so
okay.
So I'm I'm kind of being crushed in there. But my concern is number 14, the garage that they're wanting to put up. They're saying they're wanting to put it up right on the property line. Well, how does that allow me to erect a fence or anything if they're putting it right on the property line? I didn't think anybody could go right on the property line. And if that be the case, then I'm going to erect a fence in the next month right on the property line, going right down to the end where I'm allowed to go. I find that outrageous, absolutely outrageous. And the other thing that really concerns me with these properties that are going up is the size of them. I know the Committee of Adjustments, you're allowing all these homes to go in at such a huge amount of space on land that really isn't capable of erecting these type of properties. But you do it for money. You do it for taxes. The larger the property, the more taxes you're getting. You're not doing it for anything else but the money. And I'm getting really fed up with how the COA, it doesn't matter how much we cry or yell or scream or say, hey, you're taking away green space. Green space to me is really important. We living down here, DuPont, Avenue Road, BLOOR, the amount of cement going up in condos is outrageous. And the only green space available are the side streets of homes. And with allowing these homes to go up, you're removing all our green space, which is totally wrong, totally wrong. We need it. The green space, trees, grass, we need it. It is so important for our environment. And nobody thinks about that. You just think of the money that's going to go in the coffer. And I find this really disturbing. So as much as I'm speaking right now, I know my words are to no avail, but I am speaking because it is really disconcerting that a house of this magnitude on the size of property can go up, removing so much green space. And I don't even know how tall this garage is because they're wanting to put a lift in. How tall is the garage? What's the height of this damn thing? Does anybody know the height?
I'm just looking. I don't think. Okay. I don't believe there's a height.
I'm 78 coming up, and so I'm used to inches.
Yeah, I don't believe
meters throws me right off.
I don't think there's a height variance for the ancillary structure.
Likely there isn't a height variance. So I mean, really and truly, think about it. How would you like to be living next door to something that outrageous? You wouldn't. Nobody would. I mean, if they want to put a lift in, fine. I see nothing wrong with any of that. But let's consider the people. Nobody considers the people. And we all live here. We all want to live in, a nice environment and nice homes. But honest to God, these homes are outrageous. Nobody needs this amount of homes. As far as I'm concerned, like, really, be satisfied. Don't be greed. It's to me total, utterly greed. For what purpose? I have no idea. But my thing is the property line. I'm going to erect a fence going right down from the back all the way up to where it would be ending. And so if they're allowed to be on the property line, I'm allowed to be on the property line. So this is very disconcerting, very disconcerting. Like at least they should be an inch or two or a foot, a half a foot in. Like let's not butt right up to everything. So I will build a fence. I'm going to tell you right now, I will build a fence, a wooden fence going right down the middle on the property line. Because to me, this is, I don't want to look at it. I don't want to look at anything over there. I have a hard enough time looking the other way. Now I have to look this way. Hey, and I love my house and I don't want to make it any bigger and I don't want to make it any smaller. So there you go.
Well, appreciate your comments, understand your frustration, panel members.
Oh, huge. Mainly green. My frustration mainly is the green space that is being lost. And these side streets are the only way we can keep the green space downtown, which is so, so important. You must realize that. Anybody has to realize that for the environment, for health, for so I could go on and on. So
yeah,
I won't go.
I'd love to let you go on and on, but I can't.
No, you can't, and I don't want to go on and on. So
I have to.
Those are my concerns.
I'm going to see if my panel have any questions for you. Mr. Nipfel?
Mrs. Wilson, could we get the site plan up again? I thank you for your comments. I'm unable to talk to some of them, but I wanted to explore your comments about the garage. You're on the west side,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Yeah. And you're concerned with, we have these concerns on a regular basis. Do you see the garage? It's set back a little bit from the other property line, but it's right on your property line.
That's
Now,
right. That's right.
Okay, now we've had people actually appeal to us to stop both. We've had people to ask us to make sure that the garage goes onto the property line because the concern is that the small space between the property line and the building can basically become a litter area, an area that just collects refuse, animals, vermin, and so forth. And it makes it
it's
very
not big
difficult.
enough. It's not big enough. That
Can you
Carl,
the issue is,
Carl, we didn't hear you. It was cutting in and out. So this last little bit.
okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, the point is, some people think that being on the property line is a good idea. Some people think setting back a bit isn't a good idea. My question simply is, if your concern is privacy, and aside from all the other concerns, which I appreciate, does the garage itself not act as a fence, a privacy fence for you? And therefore, why would you need a fence along that entire property boundary? Because the garage wall itself is going to act as a fence.
Excuse me. There is a fence. The people of 15 put a fence right down the middle of the driveway. They did that, which I could never understand, but they did. So if that gets removed and this damned garage goes up, I am going to put, because that fence will be removed, I'm going to put that fence back up. Only I'm going to make it a tall one. I'm not making it a small one. I'm making it a tall one. The proper height that I'm allowed to have. There is already a fence down the middle of the driveway.
What is the reason for needing a fence where the garage is?
That garage is up against, that garage, I have a shed at the back of my house, okay? And so that garage comes up well in front of the shed, I don't want to look at it. I don't want to see any of this nonsense. I just, and what about the tree in the backyard? I hope that's staying. I can't imagine that tree being taken down because it's certainly not diseased. It's certainly not a bad tree. So that tree better stay because that tree gives all of us privacy from the apartments that are at the corner of Avenue Road and Poplar Plains. So,
well, why don't you wait? Mr. Bronskill can speak to that. I just
well, I
wanted
tell
to
you, a fence will
understand
go
your
up.
concern about.
I can tell you, right? I have a fence partially there. There is a fence partially there, but I will definitely erect a fence. No question.
Okay, well, we can have the agent speak to with the fence and what's happening
Right,
on that
right.
front also. Are there?
What about the tree? Can tell me, is that tree staying? I hope that tree is.
He can speak to that also, because
Oh.
he's been listening, so he'll speak to those concerns.
Okay, okay.
Any other questions, panel members, for the speaker? Okay, so thank you very much. Ms. Wilson, I'm going to go back to the agent now.
Right.
All right.
I've aired.
Yeah, okay. All right, take care. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Mr. Bronskill,
Madam Chair.
can you maybe start with the last couple of issues, the fence and the tree?
Yeah, I don't know anything about the existing fence. I do know that on this street, it's a common experience to have paired garages on the property lines. 19 is one example of that, and there are others when you look at aerial photographs. I would say, fences on property lines are complicated. There is nothing to stop the owner from 17 Poplar Plains if she wishes to erect a fence down her side of the property line. I mean, if that's something she wishes to do, she can. I think Mr. Nipfel's comments are similar to the ones that I've heard, where we've been just off a property line and put a fence down, and people have objected to that because there's concerns about that's a place for raccoons and other things to occupy. Whereas I've worked on a lot of files where people actually prefer the garage and the brick structure to be right on a parking lot, a property line. And did one, frankly, about 4 weeks ago where one of the neighbors' support was conditional on that wall staying on an existing garage on the property line. There is no height variance. The lift goes down. My understanding, I think, in terms of the tree of concern, is that the tree would stay. I think the balance of the concerns are about neighborly relations, and I'm not sure that there's much else I can say about that unless there are specific questions, Madam Chair, from you or the panel on those issues.
Okay, well, let's see if there are any questions. Panel members, any questions for Mr. Bronskill? Anybody? No? Ms. Hayes? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Ms. Hayes. Sorry, my apologies. I did, in 20 seconds or less, and apologies, Ms. Hayes, through you for interrupting. I've looked at the plans that TACT has done. They are not identical. And some of the things that Ms. Billinghurst has said today in this public hearing, I don't think are either fair to Mr. Macau or fair to Mr. Jane at TACT Design. And that's all I'm going to say. This house is in fact shorter than her house. The design changes, as she seems to cavalierly disregard in terms of architectural details, are different. That's really important in terms of architectural details. And I'm simply going to say, I would be cautious with some of the allegations that were made. I'm not sure TACT Design would appreciate how they were aired in a public forum this way in terms of some of the things that were said. The buildings are different. But as I noted to this panel at the outset, this is the first committee of adjustment hearing that I've ever been at where the opposition is that the building respects and reinforces the existing physical character of the neighborhood too much to the point where it's copying. It's a first for me. And Madam Chair, I just wanted to add that in terms of response to the first speaker.
Okay, I just want to note that we do have a tree protection plan. So if the speaker was speaking about the tree beside the garage, it looks like it will not be impacted by construction. Okay, Ms. Hayes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bronskill, I'd like you to speak to the size of the accessory structure and whether there's other examples that is predominant in the area. And also just generally, there are 18 variances being requested here. I'd like to have your thoughts about the cumulative nature of these and whether or not, again, that is representative of the built form in the neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes, and through you, Madam Chair. We have reviewed the Committee of Adjustment decisions in the area. I can say, and I have to say this to you to be upfront, I haven't seen a similar number before, but I've seen these variances before. I have seen FSI paired with length, depth, and height, which are all before you. What is generating the variances in terms of the numbers through you, Madam Chair, is in addition to some of the what I would say typical variances that we do see achieved in the neighborhood, FSI, length, depth, height, none of which, frankly, other than the front yard setback, are causing a concern to planning, is they are then paired with a series of variances related to the accessory structure. And that includes, as you know, the size, and in part that's to accommodate the car lift, which brings in the an additional parking solution for the back. We don't have this size of accessory structure, but that we've found approved, but we have found variances to accessory structures. But again, Ms. Hayes, to be totally upfront, I don't have one that is the same size as this one before you. We do think, though, it's appropriately placed in the backyard. It's the width, frankly, that results in some of the increase to the size. And that's just to accommodate both the ability to have storage, but also to accommodate the alternate parking solution to enable a multi-car parking solution for the site.
Any other questions, panel members?
So is this a two-car garage then?
What it enables
you're asking for a variance for the width of the space as well. So I'm trying to reconcile the space width of the parking width is narrower, but the structure needs a variance to be larger. So is it a double car garage?
What it's technically, it's an interesting, I'm going to say yes and no to your question through you, Madam Chair. No, in that it presents as a single car garage. But then it allows double car parking because the lift can take a car down and then you can park another car on top.
I understand that. I just reconciling that you're asking for a variance for the width of a parking space, but the structure is large.
Yes, and sorry, and so the actual space dimension inside the garage is slightly smaller. And transportation looked at that and signed off on it, and that's because the width when it's measured as I wish I could be in front of you because you'd see my hand showing the lift going down. The width of that space as measured as it goes down is technically less of a width than the typical parking space, and that's why the 2.345 is measured. That's the piece that goes down. There's then some mechanical around it that allows the lift to go up and down, as well as some room then for storage. So it's a narrower width, but a slightly wider garage to allow the lift to operate, if that makes sense, Ms. Hayes.
Okay, so the mechanics of having a parking lift contribute to the need to have a structure larger than a normal garage because the lift itself takes up more space, not the spot within the lift.
And some of the associated mechanical for the lift to operate. So the actual width of the garage is 4.266 meters, even though the space is 2.345 meters. And a garage of 4.266 is a bit wider than you might see in a standard garage.
Any other questions, panel members? Mr. Niffel?
Mr. Bronskill, I noticed that on the rear terraces you've got, or your architect has planters for privacy. They're not very tall. With appropriate plant material, they'd probably be quite acceptable. I'm wondering if, can you clarify, I think it's on the other end. Can you look at the elevations, pull the elevations up? Can you clarify how we might phrase a condition that would require on the two sides, I think it's the east and west, that that we would get enough height for privacy. I like the idea of planters. I think that's a great idea. But if they don't have anything in them, they're not going to provide the privacy. And I'm reluctant to give you a condition of 1.5 meter opaque screening, which we know works, but seems to be at odds with the approach that your designer has taken here.
It's a fair point and an interesting point. We've seen these often, apologies for a bit of a tangent, with, say, mid-rise buildings terracing down to neighborhoods as an idea of keeping people away from the edge as an alternate means of preserving privacy, because you stop the view down while still allowing for openness and decreasing some of the massing that you might see from a privacy screen. The advantage there is we do have site plan approval that allows you to secure those planters, which is obviously not a mechanism available here for you or for the city with a detached house. My client would not be opposed to opaque screening on the east and west sides. They do like this solution. To be honest, Mr. Niffel, I think you could have a condition that would require the planters as shown on the plans. Beyond that, I think you're getting into a condition about gardening, and I don't know that I can give you great language that would secure the survival of the long-term planting. I think it's a fair question from you. The depth of the planters helps, but I'm not sure I can give you language that would be enforceable to obligate the ongoing actual planting within the planters, if that's a fair answer to your question.
How deep are they? How deep are they? That's a good answer. Thank you. How deep are the planters? Do you know? Are they like?
Let me just pull up. I have the plans open, and I apologize. I had them on the garage for Ms. Hayes. They are roughly a depth of about 0.3 meters.
Okay. Okay, those are good points.
Yeah,
Thank you
about
very much for
0.3
your help.
meters. Thanks, sir. Thank you.
Any further questions, panel members? Okay, not seeing any further questions, so let's take it into committee. Any comments? Ms. Hayes.
I'll start. I'm struggling a little bit with this one, both with the number and variances. But when I look at the specific variances and the surrounding character, they're not unrepresentative. However, I'm struggling a bit with the setback of going to 0 on the accessory building. We do have, generally they want to go side to side when it's a very narrow lot to complete some of those things. This isn't that narrow a lot. That's the main variance that I'm struggling with. With respect to the submissions about the plans, I think that's something that, we can't comment on, but there are professional organizations if someone has something that they wish to pursue on that line. So that's my initial thoughts. I appreciate hearing my colleagues' thoughts.
Anyone else have any comments? Mr. Niffel.
Madam Chair, I don't have a lot of problem with the proposal. I think there's been some attempt here to try and mitigate any difficulties, particularly with the decks and using plants. In terms of the garage, we never get this right. People have differing opinions on where to put the garages, but because the next door neighbor is so concerned with the garage, and because there's some flexibility in moving it, And picking up on Ms. Hayes' concern, I'm leaning toward not approving the variance that deals with the 0 setback for the garage. It would give some comfort to the next door neighbor. And I think there's the flexibility of providing that change. Other than that, I don't have a lot of difficulty with the proposal that's before us.
Okay, any further comments? No? Okay, Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. So I'll take a chance at a motion here. I would like to move a motion to approve the variances with the exception of variance number 14, which I would move a motion to deny, and I would make that motion subject to forestry condition number 2 and screening on the rear terraces to a minimum of 1.5 meters.
Okay, so the motion is to approve, including forestry condition number 2 and the screening on the east and west sides, opaque screening to 1.5 meters on the terraces, to refuse variance number 14 and approve the rest of the variances. So that's moved by Ms. Hayes. Do I have a seconder? Okay, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, so the application is approved, and with the exception of variance 14, which has been refused. Okay, I'd like to take panel members, do you want 5 or 10 minutes break? 10 or 5? I'm okay. 10? Okay, so we'll be back at 12:55. And when we come back, we'll start with item number 9. And sorry, folks, we're running quite a ways behind due to the technical difficulties we had today. Oh boy. What's that? The mornings are always long. This is the worst I've had since I got delayed till noon with technical difficulties. Usually it's the afternoon. Usually used to be the afternoons.
4:30 would be a good time in terms of speakers. There'll be a lot of speakers, but up till then, after this morning,
Would be able to. Okay. Well, anyways. speed, I'm going nowhere. I don't know.
The mornings are
Are we,
always
we're live
slow.
still, or what?
I muted it.
Hmm?
I muted it.
Oh. Doesn't matter. Okay, well, I'm hoping I can expedite it, but so far I'm not doing very well with it. The next one, that's 2 opposition. So and then number 14, 1, 16, yeah, we're, look at 18's got 1, 2, 2, yeah, we got almost all of them now have opposition, right? So we're gonna be here a while, maybe, by the looks of it.
There's now 2 deferral requests this afternoon.
Is there?
There's
Yeah,
one
I
that's
know.
late, that came in quite late the last
I have to
night.
tell you, like, all of us really struggled with the supplemental last night, just because like, because of all the mistakes in the original agenda, right? So I had all my notes referencing, I don't know if you were part of that whole chain or not, but, so I had notes because there were planning reports, missing emails, right? So then I'm changing all that because now they're incorporated in this, and then this like revised plans and then superseded plans, and then like it's becoming like harder to keep it straight. Because I know, well, yeah, I when we're all doing it, like it's after 7 last night, and it's like, you joking?
Well, they used to do it at the hearings back in the day. And then that's annoying.
Yeah, I mean, but then all you basically do, to be honest, you're inserting it in your binder, and now you're getting it electronically. I mean, for me, I kind of like to at least have my notes straight, because it just makes things faster. Well, not this morning. It's today, Wednesday, 5 days. 5 days.
5 days, wow. Is that your son in England?
Yeah, yeah, unfortunately. So.
I guess
They're still in the hospital because he was premature, and he's got just a month, and he's jaundiced. I was showing the guys this morning, so I've never heard of this, right? But anyway, so this is his light therapy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Cool. So and then this is Claire. So I guess I think there's like a mat that transferred. But let me find.
Is that to keep him warm, or?
It's for the jaundice, because apparently it breaks down whatever the yellow, whatever the cells are in your blood that cause it. I had no clue. I read up on it, and he's not taking to the nipple. So this is like a tube. Yeah. That's
Too early to tell who, I guess.
I know.
Who does he look like, mom or dad?
I don't know. That's my son. I hate these new glasses he got. So
yellow.
Yeah. Barf probably. I told him they're really nice. But eventually, and then look, they moved him to a room. That's gonna look at the view. It's got like big bed.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Anyway, that's him.
Oh, cute.
That's the day that he was born, I think.
And is she English?
Yeah, that's the dog puppy. Yeah, she is.
Okay.
Yeah. But they're gonna move here, so they say. So guys, assuming we're gonna be here for a while, how long do you guys want to take for lunch? I mean, I didn't bring a lunch. I know several of us don't.
I have a sandwich, and if I can just go grab a drink or something from the morning.
I'm just wondering if the cafe is now open.
It's open. I saw when I came. I don't know if you can go from the inside, but from the outside, the open sign was on.
They let me in from the inside, I guess, because they know me, and I.
Oh, maybe I should go down with you. I don't know what they have that I can eat, but.
you rather like move along and go home? I think the afternoon will move along, so. Yeah, so 30 minutes. But the computer guys are coming back, are they not?
Yeah, but I don't really.
We'll see what time, like maybe 45 minutes, depending on when we conclude.
Okay.
Or, I don't know. I'm guessing, I don't know, I could be wrong. Well, if it goes like so far, we're gonna be well past 2 o'clock, right?
And I think the cafe actually might be closing by 3.
At 3?
I think they were closing it earlier
Is
last.
there any way, oh Lord, my laptop went off. Is there any way anybody can find out when they're closing? Like, I'm okay to plow through as long as I have something. I don't care what. Actually, oh, I brought 2 oranges too. For
So if
2
we take
little.
another break, let's say in an hour at 2 or 2:15, and
Oh, I'm hoping that that'll be the big. Please,
no.
Sylvia, don't jinx me.
Okay,
Okay?
I'll keep my, I won't say anything then.
Okay. No,
My suggestion is just maybe take another break and just see what time they actually do.
yeah, maybe double check, and then at least we can decide how long you guys are cool with. I'm okay either way as long as I have something, because I'm not exactly a formal healthy eater, so I don't care. Okay. You guys ready? Okay. Okay, we're back, and the next item is item number 9, 18 Wellwood Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, tree protection plan, as well as elevations. We have revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and revised zoning notice. Covering letters from the owners, an arborist report from Canopy Consulting, a letter regarding the revised plans from the owners, renderings from the owners, and comparables from the owners. We have a staff report from Transportation asking for a condition, Forestry is asking for condition number 2. Support from number 9, 12, 16, and 1 and 2 Wellwood, as well as 69, 73, 68 Humewood. And in our supplemental agenda, we have correspondence in support from 18 and 20 Wellwood, and opposition from 1. Oh, and I'm sorry, I missed part of the sheet. I didn't realize there was a 3rd sheet. So we also have support from number 14, 15, 10, 4, 7, and 11 Wellwood, as well as 21 form letters in support from residents on Wellwood and Humewood, as well as Maplewood, and correspondence in opposition from number 20. Okay, do I have the owner/agent on the line?
Yes, I'm here, Madam Chair.
Hi, are you speaking on behalf of both yourself and Alicia?
I am, yes.
Okay. I do have 2 opposition speakers, so if I could ask you to please just state your address for the record, and then if you can start a presentation, no more than 5 minutes. We'll start the clock after you finish identifying yourself for the record.
Madam Chair,
Excuse me, Madam Chair, could he also identify the changes to the variances?
Oh, thank you for reminding me. But yeah, if you can start by identifying yourself.
Of course. So my name is Matthew Baldacera. I'm the agent and homeowner at 18 Wellwood.
Okay, so maybe you can go through it. On my notes, you're removing, I believe, variance 1. Variance number 3, I think you're changing it. And then I have another note, variance 14. I'm not really sure. So if you can go through it as per the way the variances are listed on the public notice, that would be helpful.
Okay. So with respect to variance number 1, I am removing that variance.
Okay.
And with respect to variance number 3, I would like to request a reduction to 1.209.
Okay, hold on here. So 1.229 or 209?
209, Madam Chair.
Okay, and what is that in the lot area, square meters?
You mean the floor area with respect to?
Yeah, you see how in the variance it says the amount times the area of the lot, and then in brackets it has the square meter area, so we need that.
Yeah, so it is 290.43.
290.43?
Yes.
Okay, any other changes?
Would you like a clarification on item 14 before I get into my presentation?
Sorry, variance 14?
This is for the parking, yes.
Okay, is there a change to that or not?
No, I require it. This is just in response to the Transportation Department's comments. They requested that they stated they have no objection as long as I applied for and maintained a parking spot. They asked that I please check if a parking spot would fit. I sent for the committee's information an updated site plan showing that I can indeed comply with this condition from the Transportation Department. So I still require the variance, but I'm able to comply with the Transportation Department's requests.
Okay. Okay, thanks for the clarification. Yeah, go ahead then with your presentation. We'll start the clock now.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. So good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matthew Baldessera. I'm the applicant and homeowner of the subject dwelling at 18 Wellwood Avenue. I'm also a father of 4 young children and have been a member of this neighborhood and community for the past 10 years. Around the time my youngest daughter was born, we quickly recognized the strong need to create a home that would accommodate the modern needs of a family of 6, including 4 young children. I would like to begin by first speaking about the design of the home within the context of our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is undergoing a very significant transition in terms of the built form, style, and massing of the existing homes. For the committee's review, I submitted a brief presentation of 23 homes in my immediate area that demonstrate this transition. Just about every street in our neighborhood has multiple homes that either recently completed a renovation or are in the process of renovating, including Wellwood Avenue. I knew variances to the zoning bylaw would be required for my new home, so I used the 4 tests of the Committee of Adjustment as a guide to help me through the design process. I received comments from both the Planning Department and an objection from my immediate neighbor to the east at 20 Wellwood Avenue. Through ongoing discussions with the Planning Department and my neighbor leading right up to this meeting, I made the following changes to address planning comments and to lift the objection. To summarize for the committee's information, I made the following changes to the design. I increased the amount of glazing on my proposed enclosed front porch to increase the sunlight from my neighbor's home. I reduced the length of the second floor by 3 feet at the rear of the house. I also reduced the length of the third floor by 3 feet at the rear of the house. I shifted the reduced third floor south by 3 feet, still maintaining a 2-foot step back at the front. And I increased the amount of soft landscaping at the front of my proposed home. Please note that Urban Forestry and Transportation have no objections to my application. I already mentioned this, but formally I'd like the committee to please accept the following reductions. I'd like to remove variance number 1, reduce variance number 3 from 1.262 to 1.209, a reduction of 5.3%. Further to the above, I think it's important for me to provide an explanation for a few of the remaining variances. With respect to my building depth, more than 50% of the main floor is under the maximum permitted depth by 1.5 meters. With the proposed changes, my second floor is 2.5 meters less than the maximum, and the third floor is 3.5 meters less. With respect to variances 5, 6, and 7, the main wall height variances, I provided several examples of similar projects where greater main wall height variances were approved, simply to demonstrate that my proposal is in line with the acceptable building form for the neighborhood. Enclosing my front porch was a way of increasing functional living space and still maintaining the footprint and massing of the existing home. By doing this, we are not bringing the built form of the home any closer to the street. On February 28th, at the end of the day, the committee received a late objection letter from the home at 151 Maplewood, well past the submission deadline of February 23rd. For the committee's information, I met with Susan Middleton and Christopher Palin and provided information about my application well in advance of the public notice even being issued. I followed up with them a week after providing them with the information to see if they had any questions or concerns. I believe I have demonstrated to the committee my willingness and openness to work with my neighbors. Regardless, I believe that the changes I am proposing today will help to alleviate their concern. I provided an aerial and streetscape rendering to the committee to showcase that my proposal is in line with the massing of the homes around me. Please keep in mind that the additional reductions I'm proposing today will reduce the massing even further and are not even reflected in these renderings. I reached out to all of my neighbors well in advance of the public notice being issued. I provided everyone with a full color streetscape rendering and a full set of drawings. I followed up with neighbors to address their questions and listen to their concerns. I received 21 letters of support, plus another 16 personalized statements of support for my application. I made significant changes to my plans to address the concerns of planning staff, as well as remove the objection from my neighbor to the east. I designed the house with the 4 tests in mind, making additional changes to my plans as I received feedback. As my application stands, I'm not seeking any variances that vary greatly, if at all, from variances approved in the past. I'm creating a home to accommodate my 4 young children and adapt to new social circumstances so that we can stay and continue to raise a family in this community. I'm of course happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel members, are you okay holding your questions? Yeah, okay. Let's go to the opposition then.
Hi, Ms. Cunningham, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Through Madam Chair, I'm identifying myself as Rebecca Cunningham. I live at 20 Wellwood Avenue and I'm the neighbor directly to the east of the applicant. We've shared a driveway for several years and have enjoyed being good neighbors. I want to thank the committee for your time and an opportunity to participate in a very important city planning process. My letter that I sent in, dated February 22nd, was based on an earlier plan. So it voiced several objections for height and FSI variances, which would have impacted the sunlight on my property and the enjoyment of my property. Since that time, my neighbor has made efforts to meet with me to discuss these concerns, as he outlined. And in an effort to find a solution, he's made several amendments to the original plan, which reflect our desire to reach a compromise. My neighbor gave me the revised plan dated February 27th, which we looked over. And based on the changes made to the renovation as reflected in that plan and the plan that he has just outlined, I am not objecting. So I wish to withdraw the objection to the plan that has been presented this afternoon, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your submission. Any questions of the speaker? Anyone? Panel members? No? Okay.
Hi, Miss Middleton, you've been unmuted.
Hi, I identify myself as Susan Middleton, and I'm representing Christopher Palin, my husband, and myself at 151 Maplewood Avenue. We did see Mr. Baldessera on 2 occasions when he came to our door and gave us the outline. I would like to point out, though, that the Committee of Adjustment letter, which outlines all of the variances, which were not in Mr. Baldessera's letter, did not arrive at our door until February the 18th, which is 2 business days before the reply was required by you. And you very graciously granted us a few extra days to look over the plans and discuss them. Unfortunately, we have not had an opportunity to raise these with Mr. Baldessera and to be party to the discussions which happened at 20 Wellwood Avenue. But we're delighted to hear that that progress has been made. I would still like to express some concern about the overall percentage, the increased square meters, the floor space index of this property, and its relationship to the size of the lot and the smallness of the backyard space. As you know, we are directly behind 20 Wellwood. and we are adjacent to this property. We have enjoyed hearing the voices of young children in his backyard and the space that has been provided in his backyard by his lovely trees, his beautiful black walnut tree that is on this property and will be removed as a result of this extension. I am still concerned, and it is not clear because I have not seen the new drawings, what will happen to the main floor and the proposed deck, which is encroaching on the space of the backyard towards the property line at the back. So that would be one of the space index, which has not changed. I believe it's changed 0.006%. I just calculated that based on what I read last night from the new information that came in. The construction will create a black box basically within our view from the backyard without the trees. And that upsets us very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? No? Okay. Mr. Baldessera. So
I think the only thing
can you please speak to just the concerns that were raised?
Of course. Yeah, I will. So specific to Susan's concerns, all I'd like to say is that with respect to her concern about my encroachment into the backyard, we are not requesting a rear yard setback variance. Further, the depth variance is, or the length of the building variance is quite minor. We're only asking for an additional 0.81 meters. And we do not require a depth variance, which I think is very important when considering the overall massing of the building. The other thing too, with the changes introduced today, we're reducing the second and third floor in the rear yard. That was one of the main concerns of my neighbor to 20 Wellwood, and it sounds to be a concern to my neighbor at 151 Maplewood as well. So hopefully the changes I'm making today are in line with the feedback that we are receiving from the neighborhood, and I hope the committee recognizes this as well.
Okay, and to the trees coming down, is that correct?
The tree is a sensitive subject for myself and my wife. Black walnuts, while beautiful, rain hard rocks on us every single summer, and they really take away from the enjoyment of our backyard. So it will be coming down. It is in the way. Urban Forestry has not provided any objection to it. But looking at our backyard, there are a number of large, very beautiful Manitoba maples and other tree species that are not being touched. This is the only tree that's coming down.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions? Ms. Hayes and then Ms. Valentini.
Just a question of staff. Have we received the revised plans of February 27th?
Is that the superseded plans or not? I'm sorry, I haven't blown it up yet.
If I could, Ms. Hayes, so the changes, if you look at these February 23rd plans, if you want to go to the east elevation, if you could. Perfect. So the only changes are the second floor at the back is going to be reduced by 3 feet. No, that's the front of the building. So if you go to the back of the building, yeah. So the second floor and the third floor are being reduced by 3 feet, and the third floor is being shifted forward 3 feet. Oh, I think you're on mute, Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. I understood what you were saying. Thank you. Did you submit those to the committee?
I did not. No, it was well past the submission deadline of February 23rd. I apologize.
Okay, no, that's okay. Thank you.
Ms. Valentini?
That was pretty much the same question I had because I know there's a letter in the supplemental materials signed by the neighbor at 20 Wellwood and the applicant. So I wanted to know if there was plans or something that could be tied to in the event that it gets approved. So I'm assuming your reduction in FSI would capture that?
Absolutely, yes.
I don't know if there's any other conditions we can put to capture that, but anyway.
At our last meeting, I think we put condition in that those new plans had to be submitted by committee. I believe we did that on a few last week. Perhaps, Carl, you can correct me on that.
That's correct, and I think it would be appropriate here as well. We know what they should say, and we could ask that they be submitted, and we could tie that. we could tie an approval to the plans that are going to be submitted, and we do that at the last meeting.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions, panel members?
Sorry, Madam Chair, if I could ask one further question. What would a condition like that, would there be a timing associated with that? Or I have no problem with the condition. I think it sounds very reasonable.
I mean,
I'm just curious
do
about
you
the
have those
mechanics.
plans already or?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, personally, I would prefer to put like a condition on it for within, I don't know, a week to 2 weeks, whatever my panel members think might be appropriate. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, did you want to weigh in on this?
If the drawings are already prepared, could the applicant submit them today to the case manager?
Could you give me maybe more than a day just to double check them?
How about, would you be able to do that by, say, the end of the week? So what's today?
Not a problem.
So by let's say 5 o'clock on the 4th of March?
Yeah, not a problem at all. That sounds good.
Is that okay, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
The earlier the better, because the notices do have to go out next week.
Oh.
So the sooner you can get it to the case manager, the better.
Madam Chair, I can commit to tomorrow. That's not a problem. Tomorrow by 5 o'clock, not an issue.
Tomorrow, 5 o'clock? Okay,
Yep.
So tomorrow, March 3rd, 5 o'clock. Okay, thanks. Panel members, do you have any other questions? All right, let's take it into committee for a decision. Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that the material that was supplied as part of the application was very, very helpful in understanding both the application itself and the neighborhood context within which the variances were being requested. I'd like to applaud the parties for having discussions and going further to try to resolve some of the concerns. And I think that the amendments to the variances and the amendments to the plans with respect to further stepping back the 3rd floor and stepping back the 2nd floor will go a long way with respect to the massing impact of the building. Having said all that, if my colleagues have no further comment, I'd be prepared to move a motion to approve the variances as amended, subject to forestry condition number 2, and subject to the plans referenced today that are and must be received by the committee by end of day tomorrow, March 3rd.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve, including forestry condition number 2. Ms. Hayes, do we want to still include the transportation conditions? I think we should.
Yes, just because we don't know if they're satisfied. So yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so including the condition by transportation that we do understand the applicant can meet, and the revision, which is to delete variance number 1, revise variance number 3 to 1.209, which is 290.43 square meters. And also with revised plans reflecting those amendments to be submitted to the case manager no later than 5 o'clock tomorrow. So that's moved by Ms. Hayes. Do I have a seconder? I'm sorry, Ms. Valentini, did you want to?
Just one point of clarification. So you're tying those to those revised plans? Is that what we're doing?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Tied to plans.
Did you want to?
With the rest of
Mr. Nipfel, did you have something else you wanted to add to this motion, or?
No, I'm happy to second it. I just wanted to reinforce what Ms. Hayes said about the submission. The submission was excellent. The drawings were really helpful. And I applaud the applicant both for that and the collaboration with the neighbors. This in many cases is a remarkable application for the way in which it was tackled. And I just wanted to extend my sincere appreciation to the applicant. I think his job was really well done.
Okay, so I'll go with Ms. Valentini seconding then before you made your comment, if that's okay. So
Yep.
the motion's moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Okay, so that carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 10, 7 Hogarth Avenue.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have a request to defer the order of business because one of the agents, because we're running late, has an appointment. It's item number 19, 44 Nursewood Road.
Okay. All right. Okay, we have to, I'm sorry, folks, we have to move to item 19. The agent, for personal reasons, is unable to stay for the rest of the afternoon. So let's go to item 19. Okay, just bear with me a second here. All right. Okay, so all right, item number 19 is 44 Nursewood Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, as well as a revised zoning waiver, covering letter from the agent, as well as a tree site plan. We have email correspondence from planning. They're asking for condition to delete variances 9 and 10. Forestry conditions asking for number 5, which is refusal, or they have a supplementary report asking also to deny variances 9 and 10. TTC has an advisory report. We have correspondence in opposition from number 42 Nursewood. We received late yesterday presentation materials from the agent, as well as email correspondence from planning, correspondence in opposition from 46 and 42, both adjacent neighbors as well. Okay, no, that's it. I'm reading too far ahead. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Yes. Hi, my name is Nushin Mozaffari. I'm here on behalf of the agent, Mehdi Ajman from Hyphen Studio.
Okay, just give me a second to change this on my sheet here. Okay, do you have the opposition on the line? I have 1, 2, 3.
Madam Chair, we have 2 of the 3 registered speakers present.
Okay. All right, I do have opposition speakers listed, and are you making any amendments to this application before we go any further here?
Yes, we are removing variance number 9 and 10. We had some back and forth with the planning, and in order to satisfy their concerns, we are removing variance number 9 and 10. The forestry is asking for the same as well.
Okay, so you're removing variance number 9, which was asking for 43% of the front yard to be maintained as landscaping, and you're removing variance number 10, which is which said you were only going to give 50%. So you're going to comply with both of those bylaws then. correct?
Yes, we have made the driveway narrower at the front. This way, not only we can comply with the required landscaping and front and soft landscaping, but also we can make sure that the existing trees at the front of the property will be saved.
Okay. All right, I do have two speakers, so can you do a presentation starting now? No more than 5 minutes, please.
Sure. For variance number 1, we are asking for wall height, and it's not a significant number. Variance number 2 and 8 is for the first floor and porch height. We are asking for 1.5 instead of 1.2, just to reduce the number of steps inside the house. Variance for number 3 and 4 is for the length and depth. We are asking for 20 meter instead of 17 for the length, and 20 meter instead of 19 for the depth. And this is only for the rear portion of the house, which is a 1-story extension at the rear, and the rest of the building in 2nd and 3rd floor complies with the 17-meter allowed length. Variance number 5 is the FSI. The actual proposed FSI is 0.915, and this number reflecting in the zoning notice is including the void areas inside the house, and we are okay if you want to tie any of the floor plans to make sure that we keep the void areas. Also, we have done a search in the approved cases in the neighborhood, and there are many other similar cases approved with similar number for the FSI. Variance number 6 is number of platforms at the rear, and it's because of the second balcony on the 3rd floor. But this balcony is like an inset area, and where the railing and the accessible area of the balcony is located is just aligned with the rear wall. So basically, in terms of the overview or privacy, it's just line up with the rear wall and the window of the other room on the 3rd floor. And finally, variance number 7 is for the side setback, and this is also only for the garage portion and 1 story. I think I can go to the supportive material that I have submitted to the committee in answering your questions or the neighbors' concerns. I prefer to have my presentation finished for now and go to the questions.
Okay, so let's go to the opposition and then we'll have you back, okay?
Okay.
Hello,
Hi, who do I have on the line then?
Livio Ratner from 46 Nursewood Road.
Okay, good afternoon. You have 5 minutes starting now.
Good afternoon. We are opposing to the to this submission on a number of counts. First of all, the item, the variance on item number 5. Proposed house will not be in keeping with the character of the areas by having 3 stories. It's the only house on the street that will have more than 2 stories. Other than that, increasing the house floor space from 227 square meters to 390 square meters. By our calculation, is an increase of 72%, and which of course is not insignificant. Furthermore, having a 3-story house on the south side of our bungalow will almost reduce the amount of light that we get on the south side of our house, which has 3 windows on the main floor and 4 windows at the basement level, including an access door. That's our objection regarding number 5. And the second objection we have is regarding item number 7. If you would please refer to the photo we attached today to our submission. Okay. If the proposed plan is approved, yeah, okay, there is a photo. Okay. You have already this photo as referring to the CA sign posting photo attached. The sign photo posting attached to the documentation submitted already shows it's the north side. No, that's a different property. It's
I'm surfing this up too. I don't see it.
Okay.
I don't see a photo attached to your submission.
We're gonna check on online.
Okay, it's the CI posting photo attached to the documentation submitted, which is the same, basically the same photo. Basically, our objection is again shrinking the width of the side yard between our houses from the existing 2.5 meters distance between the 2 houses to 0.46 meters, which is a total of 0.92 meters in between the houses. We would like the new proposed building to maintain a side yard of 0.9 meters as per the current bylaw. It's absolutely necessary to us in order to provide uninterrupted access to our water supply, 2 wall mount AC units, sprinkler system controller, and basement access side door. During construction, as well as unencumbered access for the maintenance of various utilities currently situated between the houses, electrical cable, phone, and TV cable. I understand that the tree approval was the objection for the tree removal was removed. So the problem with the tree removal is that they provide a canopy over both the backyards. So removing them, and in addition to the air quality, will also provide a lack of shade in the summer. Moreover, if the forestry approves the removal of tree, that will destroy the fence because the trees are grown in between the dividing fence in the backyard. Also, I'd like to add something that we request the committee's assistance in registering our concern with the Toronto Building City Engineering to ensure that our house, which is 100 years old, is protected during construction.
Sir, I have to ask you to wrap up. You're over 5 minutes.
Okay. It's in our written submission. The rest of my.
Reassuring. Okay, and any construction related matters, engineering, that's not under the jurisdiction of this committee. So if you have any concerns, you'd have to speak to the building department.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Yeah, we can only deal with the variances that are before us.
Thank you very much.
Okay, sir, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, okay, let's go to the next speaker.
Hi, Miss Newcomb, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Judy, are you there?
Hi, Miss Newcomb, you need to unmute yourself.
I am unmuted. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Can you just
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Judy Newcomb, 42 Nursewood Road. We're immediately south of the house in question. I represent myself and my husband, Carlos Aviane. So we have many of the same issues Livio was talking about. We're a small 100-year-old house as well. The height of this house, which is exceeding we're at 12 meters, is extremely excessive. It'll totally dwarf our houses on the side, and the extension into the backyard impacts on our back deck that we have, as well as our backyard. So they will basically be projecting halfway through our yard with their walkout patio spaces. The substantial increase in the permitted floor space just is why this house is so large, and it's totally not in keeping with the character or the quality of the houses in the street. I'm particularly concerned about the demolition of the trees that are proposed, which is tree number 1, which is a huge, beautiful, spectacular red bud that they have on the front of their property, plus a blue spruce, which is tree number 2, that shields our property from Queen Street and from Nursewood and provides privacy on both our upper deck level and our main porch off of the front entrance. So removal of those trees will dramatically affect our privacy at that point. Really, I realize that you're now saying that we need to talk to the city, but we're very concerned because these houses are built on sand, and we're very concerned with the whole excavation that will be required to increase the foundation on this house. And throughout the demolition process, our houses actually overlap. Their roof line actually comes across our roof line. We also have 2 very large white pine trees at the front of our house. They'll be killed with this demolition because our roots must be crossing under that property line as well. So we're very concerned about that. Vibration is an issue, but really it's just the size of the house, the extension and the depth of the extension, which will impact on the light, even though this is north, our exposure to them is on the north side. It will impact on the light that we're getting in the backyard, on our deck, and on our plantings in the backyard. They haven't discussed anything about fencing. We had a custom fence built and put up between the 2 properties years ago. I have no idea, what they're proposing for plantings or fencing, which would be on both sides, but it's just really the size and scale of the house that is totally out of character. And it does dwarf both the houses, as you can see in their elevation that they presented as well. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, any questions for the speaker? Seeing none. Okay, do we have the third or?
Madam Chair, we have 2 call-in users. I'm just going to double check.
Okay.
Hi, Chris or Lou, are you present? Madam Chair, I cannot contact the last speaker.
That's fine. It doesn't show they're necessarily wanting to speak. Okay, I'd like to go back to the agent.
Hi again. Thank you. I should thank the neighbors for sharing their concerns. Actually, we had an opportunity to discuss the concerns of the north neighbor at 46 Nursewood. We had several phone discussions and back and forth with emails. To answer their concerns, first of all, the number of stories is not a variance. This zoning designation allows 3-story or even more because there is no limitation for the number of stories here. And the total height of the building complies with the bylaw. The existing house, as the neighbor mentioned, has a large setback on the side, and it's a very narrow and tiny bungalow. But the requirement of the bylaw is 90 centimeter of the side setback, and we are asking for 46 centimeter only for the garage portion and in 1 story. Since this portion is only for the garage, the depth of the foundation wall is not that much. It doesn't go to the basement level, so the impact of the foundation for the neighbor's property is minimal. Also, during our discussions, we offered to them to put a condition that we don't install any fence after the construction, to have both side yards combined and have wider access between the two properties. But at the end, they said it's not satisfying, and having a fence is ridiculous there. So they are okay with their own side yard to be used for the access to the water supply, basement, and everything that they have there. For sure, they cannot expect to use our property for the access to their side access or other supplies, but we are still okay to not put a fence there after construction, to provide a wider access between the garage portion and their property. For the concerns of south neighbor, as you see, our property is located on the north side of theirs, and it doesn't affect the daylight in their backyard because of the direction of the sunlight. As we made improvements in the requested variances, we are not removing any trees at the front of the house, and the only trees that we are removing are minor private owned trees at the rear between our property and north neighbor, not the south. And also I should mention that this extra length that we are asking for is only for first story, not second and third. If you can kindly go to the supportive material that I have provided, on the site plan, I'm showing the outline of all 3 stories in different colors. The main outline is the first story, and the area showing at the rear is the portion that has the extra length. If you consider on the site plan, the front setback of the houses are staggering inside. So later on, if number 42 wants to develop their property with 17 meter of allowed length, they will be almost lined up with our proposal. The second story is
I do need you to wrap this up now. You're over 5 minutes.
Sure. And also the red line shows the second floor, blue line shows the third floor and the inset balcony on the third floor. The green line shows the existing house, and on the south side, we are improving the side setback for half of the house, and we are keeping the existing side setback for the rest. So basically, we are doing improvements on the south side.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions? Mr. Nipfel and then Ms. Valentini.
As I understand it, the side setback variance that you're requesting is in large part due to the positioning of the garage, which from my reading of your plans is somewhat flexible. It would not be difficult for you to absorb the garage into the building mass and not have the variance for side yard setback, except when you go to what have I got? The main floor plan. Can we pull the main floor plan up? There's a protrusion that causes a side yard setback, and I don't know what it's for. Yes. What's the protrusion on the side? And it goes up throughout the whole building.
Yes, that's a chimney, and it doesn't cause any side yard setback variance because the chimney is considered as an architectural feature and permitted encroachment. So the chimney itself can project into the side.
How is it? It doesn't show as a chimney. It just shows as an opening in the room. It doesn't show as a. And go to the next. And if you go to the next floor, it's a protrusion in there. And then if you go to the top floor, it's blocked in. It isn't shown as a chimney at all. That's shown as solid.
That's why it's blocked in the third floor, and this front space is open to above in main, and so the same recess continues between the main and second floor. That's why you see it in both floor plans, but on the third floor it's not. It's blocked.
So if you didn't get the
reason
side,
that
if you
you
didn't get the
cannot
side,
see it in the sorry.
if you didn't get the side yard setback variance, then you're saying that the only thing that would change is you'd have to move the garage in a little bit. Is that correct?
Yes, but the reason that we are asking for this variance is to have a garage, enough space for a vehicle plus garbage bins, because the side setbacks, even the allowed, even the required side setback is very narrow to have garbage bins or other.
Okay, that's fine. But adjacent to it is a laundry room and a mechanical room, which could be reconfigured. My second point is in the floor space index that you have. You said it includes the void spaces.
Yes.
So if you didn't have, because you've got void spaces over the living room, over the basement, and over the stairways. So those are all spaces that are not necessarily living spaces. They just give double height ceilings, and therefore they're adding to the floor space index, correct?
A portion of these void spaces are added to the floor space index. We can have 10% of the allowed GFA as void areas, and these void spaces exceeds that. That's why a part of that is included in the FSI. The only portion that is for the quality of the design is the rear portion that that is like open to below, that gets better light to the basement, and also provides access to the backyard. So in this case, instead of having regular deck at a high level at the first story, we are going down to the ground level, and we are having a patio on the ground instead of deck. And this open space at the rear is something that is that's adding to the quality of the interior layout and in the basement.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Valentini?
So just to follow up on the FSI issue, I understand in terms of sort of the length variance doesn't seem to be, I guess, unreasonable since the second and third floor are pulled back. But the FSI to me seems high, and I think that does contribute to the overall, what I would think is larger massing of the building. And I also have concerns about the side yard setback that Mr. Nimfeld was talking about. The neighbor, I forget the number, if it was 42 or 46, but the neighbor in the bungalow has a very tight side yard on that side. I think you said there were comparables for FSI. I didn't see anything in the materials. How does this going to compare to the FSI on the rest of the street? It seems from the renderings, it's, I know you don't have a height variance, overall height. It seems like it's going to be a lot larger than the two neighboring houses. So are there other houses of this size in terms of FSI in this immediate vicinity?
Yes, I have provided similar cases on the last page of the presentation material. You can see a chart that shows other approved cases in the neighborhood. And as you see, there are many numbers even higher than what we are proposing. And as I said, we can have 244 square feet for the void areas, and the excessive area is added to the FSI. The rest is livable space in 3-story, which is not a variance.
Okay, but in terms of this immediate area on Nursewood, I see your chart now. Are there any in Nursewood? I mean, Glen Manor, Hammersmith, this is a wide range of streets, McLean, Willow, Scarborough Beach. You know, in this pocket, in this area, is there anything that has comparable floor space index? Unless I'm not finding it.
If you mean in the same street, we have done the search in the whole neighborhood, and the
How big of a search is that? How wide of a radius are you looking?
I cannot tell you the exact number, but I can tell you that the planner of the case is supporting this because it's aligned with the other approved cases in the neighborhood, and it's not setting a new precedence.
Okay, but you don't have anything in the immediate vicinity on the street?
I can pull up the location map if you want and see which of these cases are within, because they are in the same neighborhood but not the same street.
Okay, so I just was curious about the street.
Which cases are
I think the member is asking, do you have an
About
example on Nursewood?
No.
Thank you.
Thank
Not
you.
at the moment. At least I haven't.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Ms. Hayes?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. With respect to the plans themselves, the first floor at the rear, there seems to be, you know, you're talking about the length and the depth only being applicable to the first floor. Why is there a projection higher than the first floor for part of it? Why is that higher? Is there I don't see that there's a balcony off the back of that second floor, but what's the purpose of, why is that higher there?
I'm not sure what you mean by higher. Oh,
Okay, so if you go to the south, any of the elevate, like the south elevation, for example.
mhm.
Okay, so you see
the balcony itself on the second floor is the accessible area is
the
inside.
balcony, there is a balcony at the rear? There's
Yes,
a balcony at the rear?
at the rear on the second floor, but its accessible area is much smaller. If you go to the second floor plan on the drawings, you see that there is a balcony, but the area, the height that you mentioned that is higher is to the height of the railing instead of the floor itself. So instead of installing a railing around the area for the code compliance, we are having the actual wall to the height of the railing.
Okay, it's not labeled as a balcony on the plan, that's why it's...
On the second floor, yes, I think it says balcony and accessible area is 4 square meter.
Not on, okay, not on your supplementaries. Okay. Having said that, with respect to the overall height, I understand your submission with respect to that, but you are asking for a variance for sidewall and you know, although there is a, you know, a peak, it's not a totally flat roof all the way back. It does read as a square. Is there similar structures on this street or on closely neighboring streets that have the same variance or character or present with the same massing?
Yes,
Thank
there
you.
are all newly developed houses that have the modern style design. They usually have a parapet wall at the front and rear, and the slope roof is hidden behind that parapet walls, and those walls are not considered as the are not considered in the wall height calculation, and it's just for the design style. And it happens in, I can say, 99% of the modern style designs in this neighborhood.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, let's take it into committee for a decision. Ms. Valentini.
Thank you. I have to say I have concerns about this application. Although on paper, the variances, you know, individually don't seem outrageous. I do have a concern about the combined effect. I'm concerned about the side yard setback on the north side. I'm also concerned about the overall FSI. I feel like this is, and I think, you know, perhaps it's we've heard it's a contributing factor is the void spaces within the house, but that has an impact on the overall massing of the house from the outside. So I feel, in my view, in this immediate context, that this is, and I'm attributing it to the FSI. I think this is going to look at a character in this area, and it's just too much massing for this site. So I will not be supporting this application.
Mr. Niffel?
I also won't be supporting the application. I don't see that there's any reason for the side yard variance. And it does create a hardship for the next door neighbor. The floor space index is, as Ms. Valentini indicated, impacted by, there are many, many double height spaces in the building. And they're adding to the outside bulk of the building, which I think is problematic. And then there's that projection which the applicant indicated was a chimney, but it's not shown as a chimney. Therefore, the question is it or isn't it permitted? I don't know, but I'm not going to be supporting the application. I don't think it fits in with the neighborhood.
Any further comments? All right, so I'll need a motion then.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to take a stab at a motion. I'm not sure how the rest of the panel feels, but I'd like to bring a motion forward for a refusal of the application. For the reasons stated, I don't believe it meets the 4 tests.
It would be the refusal as amended, right? The application as amended?
Thank you. Yes, as amended. Yep.
Okay, so that motion has been moved by Ms. Valentini. Mr. Nipfel, you're seconding that. All in favor?
Yes.
Okay, your application has been refused. Okay, panel, let's go back to item number 10. Bear with me a second. Okay, so item number 10, 7 Hogarth Avenue. Okay, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Late receipt of a covering letter from the agent. I don't show any speakers other than the agent. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, Andrew Trotter, 81 St. Clarendon Avenue.
Thanks for your patience. I don't think we need a presentation on this one. Panel members, any questions for Mr. Trotter? Mr. Nipfel?
One quick one, Mr. Trotter. There's no front elevation submitted. Do we assume that the front elevation isn't changing?
No front elevation submitted. Sorry. No, the front elevation won't be changing. Absolutely not. No. That's
okay.
weird.
Thank you.
Any other
That's
questions?
weird. Huh.
Okay, Mr. Trotter, there's no further questions from the panel. We're ready to make a decision. Anything you want to add that's not in the submissions?
No, you guys need to move along, so I'm good.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, panel members, let's take it into committee. Ms. Hayes?
Thanks. I think what has been supplied as part of the application and the late submission of the photograph shows that what's being requested is not uncharacteristic of what already exists as built form in the neighborhood. The FSI is quite reasonable in the context and character of the neighborhood, and if my colleagues have no further comment, I would move a motion to approve the application, no conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder, Ms. Valentini? So a motion to approve, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, item 11 was dealt with, so we're now on item number 12. 19 AIRLEY Crescent. Okay, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a photograph of a tree on the property, an arborist report, tree inventory, and a staff report from forestry. And they are asking for, well, it's just an advisory report. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Okay. 甄梦迪
Can't hear you.
甄梦迪 Here.
Well, yeah, we can, but sorry, we lost absolutely everything, went black here. So, okay. So is this Mengdi?
Okay. Yes, speaking.
And your last name?
Yen. The address is 1100 Gordon Picker Road, North York, M2H333.
All right. Just give me a second here. Okay. I don't think we need a presentation, panel members. There's no other speakers other than the agent. Do you have any questions for the agent? No? Ms. Hayes?
Just a quick one. the forestry condition says that they think that this is, will impact a tree not directly related to the approval. Do you have any comment with respect to that? The first paragraph of their,
Which tree that you're regarding about?
they said there are components of the project design outlined in the plan submitted that appear to impact trees protected under the municipal code. Urban forestry advises that an application to injure or remove these trees may be denied. But okay, it's fine.
No, because, well.
There'd be a forestry condition.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay. It just was differently worded than we normally receive from forestry. Thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, sir, we're ready to make a decision. We've read all the materials. Anything you want to add before we go into committee?
I believe we are within the full text, and since number 7, AIRLEY, which was approved last July with the almost the same conditions, same variances.
I see. Okay. Let's take it into committee, panel members. Mr. Niffel.
Madam Chairman, unless my colleagues have any concerns, I think this is a very straightforward application. The proposed building mimics a building that's either adjacent or very close by. I don't see that there's a negative implication at all, so I'd like to bring forward a motion of approval. My only question is, do we interpret the forestry report as being forestry condition number 1?
I'll just defer to staff on that one. I read it as advisory, but if you want to...
Through you, Madam Chair, I had read these as advisory kind of comments as well.
Okay, I'm happy with that then. Do we need to reference it at all?
I don't think so, unless you...
I mean, trees also get looked at building permit stage.
Okay, but I don't know if you heard that the trees also get looked at the building permit stage.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that then.
All right, so I have a motion to approve. Okay, I'm sorry, now I'm totally disoriented here. Okay, so Ms. Hayes, did you have another comment? Can't hear you, you're muted.
I'm seconding.
Okay, you're seconding and Mr. Nipfel's moving approval of this application. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Do you guys have to change the U feed yet, or are we okay still? Sorry? Do you have to change the YouTube feed?
5 hours, 45 minutes now.
So we're okay? All right. Okay, item number 13, 19 Ashbury Drive, or Avenue rather. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, as well as a revised zoning notice. 4 photographs of the property, as well as aerial photographs, covering letter from the agent. We have an order to comply dating back to September 7th, 2021. Form letter in support from number 41, which is adjacent. We had correspondence in the supplemental agenda expressing an interest from number 38 Ashbury Avenue. Okay, do I have the speaker on the line?
Hi, Stephen, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Stephen, are you there?
Mr. Key, are you there?
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you state your name for
Okay.
the record, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen T. from Design Plan Services. We have been retained by the property owner of 39 Ashbury to present this application in front of you.
Okay, I don't know that we need a presentation. Let me check with my members. Do you need, no,
I think we do have a verbal amendment to the variance.
Okay, hang on. Okay, what are you changing?
So it's with regard to variance number 7.
Variance 7, yeah.
So as a result, variance number, as the result with consultation with city planning, we have increased that 0% soft landscaping in the rear yard to 5.54% or 8.28 square meters.
8.28 square meters?
Sorry, 8.26 square meters.
8.36? 26. Okay.
8.26, that's correct.
Okay, 8.26, and that was 5.54%, right?
That's correct. And those changes are reflected in the latest zoning notice, as well as the plans submitted, and also outlined in the cover letter that was submitted by my office.
Okay. All right. Panel members, any questions for the agent? Mr. Nipfel?
Could we just clarify that the pergola is actually closed? It's not an open pergola. It actually has a full roof on it. Is that correct?
It just has a roof, actually. It's not an enclosed space. So it's essentially like a covered walkway or a covered deck. So it's just the roof on top.
Okay, and it's understandable if people put a small space in the backyard and they didn't think it needed a permit and they didn't get a permit, but this is a pretty substantial structure. Why was there not an approval sought for this before undertaking construction?
To be honest with you, through you, Madam Chair, so it is very common that we see that contractor, when they were building the structures, they tell the owner that they don't need a permit, and it was notified by an inspector. They issued an order to comply, so we have to come to the committee to get the variances approved, as well as submitting a building permit to make sure all the standards are meeting the are sufficient.
Okay, but you're not the person that told them to not get approval.
Of course not.
Okay, thanks.
I appreciate that you need hardscaping to access the garage. Having said that, however, it seems to me that there's more of an opportunity to create some soft landscaping than 8.26 square meters. Is there an opportunity to improve that?
To answer that question through you, Madam Chair, so this has been an existing condition for over past 10 years, and you're absolutely correct. That hardscape was created to have access in and out from that garage. And so we have been dealing with planning with the same question, and through the review of the plan, also maneuver of the vehicles in and out of the garage, and through that small laneway, the only place that we can increase the landscape is right beside that stairs leading to the basement. So that's where we increase the soft landscaping. And we'll take away the existing hardscape over there.
Any further questions, panel members? Mr. Nipfel, did you have another question?
No.
Okay. Okay, sir, we're ready to take this into committee for a decision. Is there anything that you want to add that you feel the committee needs to know that wasn't in the submissions?
Just one note further to Ms. Hayes' questions regarding the hardscape. So there is a side door located on the plan or side of the garage. So that has to be a hardscape to connect to the existing building. So we have to provide some hardscape over there as well. So but that's existing condition. Everything is existing condition. Thank you.
Mr. Nipfel, did you have another question?
I'm sorry, I do. The driveway that leads to the garage, and that's a concrete drive, is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it old? Is it likely to be replaced in the next little while?
From the photos that we're seeing, they are in good condition. So I'm not sure if that's the intention of the owner in the near future. I don't have that answer.
Following up on Ms. Hayes' question, I'm wondering, and we've done this in the past, if that area was to be repaved, would you be open to having it paved in permeable pavers? Not as a condition right now, but should it be replaced?
I think that will be a recommendation to the owners.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I think we'll bring that up to the owners just in the future, and that will be a recommendation. Whenever they are planning to repave that, that will be a recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Valentini?
Sorry, not to belabor any points here, but I just looking, there was a letter of concern from a neighbor, and I initially thought there was laneway parking here because it says that the applicant parks their car 5 inches out into the laneway. It's difficult to pass. What's that referring to?
To be honest with you, Ms. Valentini, through Madam Chair, I have reviewed that letter a couple of times. I have trouble understanding the concerns as well. So I think that's
but they're
maybe
parking on a
referring
driveway.
to.
They're not parking
Yeah,
from
exactly.
a laneway.
There's a driveway, there's a garage, so there's no laneway behind it, so that's not.
Are they
not
parking
the
on a
case.
right of way? Is that what they're doing, like between the houses?
No,
Because I
no.
noticed it's a right of way.
We actually have support from the property owner.
That shares the right of way with them? Okay.
Sorry, I think I froze a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah, so we do have letter of support from 41 that's sharing the access, the right of way.
Okay, I
with
just
the
wanted to
subject
make
property.
sure. I was confused by this letter, and I wanted to try to understand what laneway they're talking about. But okay, thank you.
Any more questions, panel members? Okay, so we are ready to go into committee. Anything else you want to add, Mr. Key, before we do that?
No, that will be all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We're in committee, panel members. Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. Given that the concrete driveway from the submissions we've heard is a long-standing existing condition, and there's not an immediate ability to revise that, although it does look like it's been not that recently redone. I would be prepared to support the revised application with the condition that the pergola or accessory structure not be closed on either side. There be no walls on either side. So
Okay. Mr. Nipfel, did you want to add something?
I was wondering if Ms. Hayes would consider two friendly notes to be added to the application. One being that that the applicant consider permeable pavers on the driveway leading to the garage should the driveway be repaved in future. We've used that condition before and it's been helpful. And the second note would be that this committee neither supports nor condones work being undertaken without appropriate municipal approvals.
I support the condition. The other, I think we just have to note in the minutes because it's not I don't think we can put that as a condition.
I think they're both.
Which one?
They're both as noted.
They're both notes.
Yeah,
I both
they're
meant
both
notes.
Yeah, because I don't.
Neither
Yeah.
one of them can be conditions.
Yeah. Right.
All right. So the motion then is to approve the application as amended with variance number 7 having been changed to 5.54% at 8.26 meters squared, and a condition that the pergola, the walls not be enclosed, and notes regarding the driveway once they're looking at replacing it, it be done with permeable pavers, and the note that this committee neither supports or condones work being done without permits.
Okay, and that's
And I'm
moved.
not sure of the legality of the outside fireplace or pizza oven either, but that's
Well,
for
I don't
another
know.
department.
I guess that's for building to maybe ask fire to have a look at. And do I have a seconder for that? Mr. Niffel? Okay, so all in favor?
Yep.
So that motion carries. Next item is item number 14. We have before us a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, an arborist report from New World Arborist, presentation materials from the agent, 6 form letters in support from owners at 106, 109, 40, Richview, 43 Burton, 213 Richview, and 12 Richwood Road, and also a resident from Bathurst Street. Opposition from 108, which is adjacent on Richview, 102, 104, which is adjacent, and 32 Clarendon. I'm showing 3 speakers. One, I believe, is observing. Do you have them all on the line? Or?
Madam Chair, one of them is present. I'm still trying to contact
So who's
the last
present?
one. The first one, Emily Zhang.
Okay, can I just speak to that person? Just want to know if they're speaking. Okay. Well, while you try to track the 3 down, do I have Mr. Bronskill? Are you there?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yes.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
We seem to have lost the people I have listed here. So perhaps while staff is checking, I can see if the members have any questions. Ms. Valentini.
Just a couple points of clarification. So I'm, from what I gather from the materials, this application is relating to the development of the south lot only. It looks like there are 2 lots involved here. I'm assuming, maybe you can explain that to me a little bit. This house is straddling 2 lots, or?
It is today, yes. 3, Madam Chair. There is a consent. There are 2 lots. My understanding is I think there is an application for the north lot. I'm not retained on that north lot. I'm only here on the south lot. So there will be a demolition that is necessary because with the consent, what's fascinating to me is the existing house doesn't comply, obviously, sitting across 2 lots. I'm not aware of that history. I wasn't involved in it, so I don't really know that history. But yes, there's 2 lots. This is for the south lot, and that's why you do see variance 9. There is a lot frontage variance for that lot that we do need to pick up as part of this application.
So just to sort of tease that out a little bit, it's not like it's a recent consent, as far as you know.
As far as I know, I am honestly not aware of that history.
Okay, it just seems like a different situation, so I thought I'd ask about it. Thank you.
And fair question, and through you, Madam Chair. I mean, as the committee knows, I'm often in front of you. We would be getting the consent and the variances associated with the new dwellings at the time. So this is a different approach. I acknowledge that.
Any further questions, panel members?
I have some questions, but given there's people in opposition, I'd like to hear the presentation and the opposition before I ask my question.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've so far batting 0 with the people I had listed. I had 1 listed as observing and 2, 1 in opposition and 1 in interest/opposition. So I'm not sure if that individual wanted to speak or not, but so far staff are not able to reach them, which is why I'm trying to maximize the time here a little.
Okay, I will ask a couple questions then. So it took me a few minutes to figure this out as I was going through the submissions. But in these cases, it's almost like there are properties or houses to the rear of this house, access through a driveway abutting this property, correct?
Through Monsieur, yes, through Madam Chair, yes, that is correct. The
Yes.
102 and 104 at the rear, there's a driveway to the north of 100.
Yeah.
That driveway is not part of the south parcel or subject lot before you.
No, thank you. So, some of the, couple the variants, having said that in the context of that being a little different in some instances, I'd like to have you speak to the variances, the height variance that you're asking for 3 stories when only 2 is permitted, and the length and the depth variances as it relates to what else exists in similar context, and specifically the context of this property and the properties to the rear.
Thank you for the question. So what's interesting is, and staff I think had shown the lot pattern before, which was interesting and helpful, is those houses at 102 and 104 Richview are actually, for lack of a better phrase, are pushed closer to Bathurst. So you can see that they're actually closer to Bathurst than some of the Bathurst properties. So 1637, 1639, etc., are actually then closer to the rear yards on Richview. So thanks to staff for showing that. And then on the site plan, what's interesting, if I can just draw it to your attention, Ms. Hayes, is the existing dwelling that sits on the lot today. We are going beyond that. I acknowledge that in terms of length or depth. But I'm going to suggest to you, it's not necessarily what I would call a significant increase in the length or depth. There's a 1-story portion and then a 2-story portion, and then there's an outline in the existing house, and right where it straddles the property line, there's a length or depth there that almost reaches the edge of the 2nd-story projection for the length and depth. So it's a large house that exists on the property today that actually extends into the neighborhood. Not the same amount as what's being proposed, but it does extend onto the lot. In terms of the length or depth, it largely relates to the 1st-story portions. I'm just looking at the architectural plans, and there's a measurement to the back of the bump out for where the kitchen or dining area is located. It's a measurement of 21.31 meters, and that's from the front wall of the garage right through to the back of that 1-story extension. What's interesting is when you come up to the 2nd floor, if there are architectural elements on the 2nd floor that count in the overall length or depth of the property, but it's 19 meters measured from the front of those, and they're 5'6" in depth, so 1.5 meters, 1.6 meters. And then there's an ensuite, which we often see in these, which I think is intended to have that dramatic bathtub that we see a lot, that extends about 1.22 meters beyond that 19. So when you get up to the 2nd floor, it's a more conventional length or depth to house than might be seen in the variances. And I think it's why one of the conditions that the committee often opposes would be appropriate here, which is to build substantially in accordance with the plans, because that length or depth should be restricted to the 2nd floor. And similarly, it shouldn't be translated up to the, thank you for staff for showing that. So that's showing that 21.3 meters essentially from the front of the garage to the back of the dining. And if I could beg staff's indulgence to go up to the 2nd floor. So you'll see that there are those architectural elements at the front on the 2nd floor. The 19 meters is in fact is measured from the extent of those right to the back wall, and then there's about a 1.2 meter additional bump out for the bath area. So the actual 2nd floor massing isn't as extensive as might appear. And then once you get up to the 3rd floor, it's significantly reduced and stepped back on all sides. We've got some drawings in the package that was presented to you that shows that elevation. And this, in fact, through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Hayes, there's a recent decision actually out of the tribunal dealing with flat roof houses and these provisions in the bylaw that we hope will get implemented soon. talked about where you do have a third story above the 7.2 meter height, they want to see this type of stepping back. And I think those provisions are going to find their way into the bylaws soon. So I think this is in fact both an excellent architectural solution to the third story, but with minimal impacts in terms of how it's ultimately stepped back. You'll see the length of that provision there only is 9.87 meters for that third floor in terms of what is up there. So it's this staggering of the floors, although it's not immediately apparent in the actual length and depth being requested in the notice, if that's helpful through you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Also, can you just speak to the 2 versus 3 stories?
Yes. So
In the
what's
bylaw?
interesting is, yes, there are some 3 stories in the neighborhood. I mean, I always get into this debate: is it 2.5 or 3 stories? But even the 2.5s are technically 3 stories, and even the house to the south has the dormers at 100 has the dormers on it, showing a 3-story. And these provisions restricting 3-story flat roofs are in fact coming out. My understanding is they're coming out of the bylaw as a result of that tribunal decision. And so I think I would have a more difficult argument with you if it was one of those 3rd-story houses where the 3rd story is essentially occupying the same footprint. And then you've got a large, frankly, imposing massing in those instances. And what Mr. Wengel's office has done here is, in fact, stepped it back, front, back, and sides. If I could beg staff to look at page 5 or 6, it's a different package of the supporting materials that came in with my thanks. Because one of them I acknowledge is a rendering, so it's a little dramatic, as renderings often are. Thank you. If you can just go there, that's actually great. And what we've attempted to do here, so you can see the staggering of the 3rd floor on the left, and we've often had this conversation with city staff about, what's more impactful. The house on the right with the sloped roof as a quote-unquote 2-story would in fact be permitted by the bylaw in terms of how it all works with height variances. And so what the design does is, in fact, we submit have less of a massing that would in fact largely fit entirely within an as-of-right massing for a sloped roof house. And that's the intent of having the step backs and having the different heights for that 3rd-story portion.
Thank you.
Have you been able to get anybody?
Madam Chair, no one is picking up. I'm unable to contact all 3 speakers.
Okay, we're unable to, a number of attempts have been made by staff, so we're unable to get any of the people on the line. Mr. Bronskill, there was something sent in regarding the right-of-way access for those 2 houses, 102 and 104. That won't be impacted, I assume?
Madam Chair, that is correct. And our client did speak with the owner at 100 who had raised a similar concern about ensuring that there's nothing to impact that area. And we acknowledge that. There'd been a concern even during construction that there would be impact on that. And we acknowledge publicly that that's not something our client can do. We can't interrupt that access, and there's no impact on that access.
Okay, and I also read that I think that their garbage cans, they have to pull them out through there. So none of that would change for them then?
Correct. If we were doing that, if our client ultimately did that, first of all, they wouldn't have the right to do that, and it would be something offside the existing operation of that driveway and the easements that are there for the owners at the rear. So it would be illegal for them to interrupt that or otherwise impede that.
Okay, panel members, do you have any other questions, Ms. Valentini?
Yeah, just about that in the presentation material, I guess the rendering with the proposal, the one with the red roof, and I guess I wanted to clarify that rendering, the comparison, there it is. So the one to the right with the red roof, are you saying that's permitted as of right? I don't think so, right?
No, I am.
Okay.
So that if there were no dormers there, so if there were no 3rd floor use, right? It's just that's a 2-story dwelling, sloped roof. You could have that type of massing with the sloped roof because you have the additional height permission where you have the sloped roof. Whereas on the left, you have the 7.2 height permission, and you're not supposed to have the third story with the flat roof. It's the I'm going to say this gently. It's the oddity of the bylaw when it was initially enacted in 2013 that I think is actually going to be rectified through the recent decisions from the tribunal that will find their way in, which is to recognize that there may be instances where the impacts of the third story with a flat roof, where it can be implemented. And that's what we were attempting to show here.
No, but is there a different height? I mean, it says here the maximum permitted height is 7.2 meters. Is that just for a flat roof building?
For the flat roof, yes.
Ah,
Through you,
okay,
Mr. Chair,
so
for the flat, Madam Chair, it's for the flat roof, yes.
What is the height for a peaked roof building then in this?
Now you're going to test me. That's a great question.
I don't know. But this is under that, right? The 10.91, is that? I'm just curious.
It's measured to the midpoint of the roof, and I'm just seeing if I have it from the older decisions of what the flat roof height is, because they do, sorry, sloped roof height is, because they do vary from zoning district to zoning district, and I'm just seeing if I can pull that up conveniently
but
to answer your question.
But this is an accurate rendering of what it would look like if it was permitted as, you know, height comparison of them side by side.
Correct. That's what we did with Mr. Wengel's office. And I sort of understand in that the intent is when you've got the sloped roof, you measure it to the midpoint, and in theory, what you're looking to achieve is having the sloped roof so you lessen impacts and lessen the presence or the massing. As a further example, if you took the image on the left and didn't have the step backs, you would have a much more imposing three-story house than what's on the right.
No, I get it.
Yeah, and that's what this is, and I think that's going to be rectified as the bylaw is updated, is recognizing that the alternate design on the left with the flat roof, because it's mitigating its massing, is something that ultimately can proceed. But mitigating against having a three-story box with a height that would go to the top of the roof, not the midpoint of the roof, of the slope dwelling on the right. And that's, I think, the balance that we're attempting to achieve in the bylaw will ultimately achieve.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions, panel members? Okay, seeing none, let's take it into committee. Mr. Nipfel.
Madam Chairman, I appreciate that we are unable to get in touch with the opposition, but my notes indicated that the opposition's concerns were loss of trees, loss of 2 trees, and I think there is documentation to indicate that there's been attention paid to preserving trees to the degree possible. Access during construction, which Mr. Bronskill has spoken to. The one concern we haven't talked about is number 102, talking about no consultation, and ultimately Mr. Bronskill may wish to speak to that. And the other concerns were, if my notes are correct, were height. And I think Mr. Bronskill has done a very good job of talking about height. The reality is the 2 ways that you can mitigate height is to slope a roof and place some living quarters within the roof. And the idea is that the sloped roof doesn't read as dominantly as a wall protruding up to the 3rd floor. Or the other alternative is to set back. And that's what Mr. Wengel has done in this case. And he's done it rather cleverly, I think, because the setbacks occur not just at the front, but at the side and at the back. And I think that it's a very good solution. I think Mr. Wengel is to be commended for his approach on this. I think that actually, as Mr. Bronskill so clearly indicated, addresses the concern for height. The only other thing I'd like to add is that the height is never as bad as it shows on those drawings. That's looking as an elevation drawing, but in fact, you have the perspective of looking from the ground up, so some of that 3rd floor won't be seen at all. I don't have any difficulty with this application as it's currently before us, and I wanted to try and introduce the concerns that I think the residents had brought to us, and I think that Mr. Bronskill has dealt with them. So based on that, unless other people have concerns, I'd like to bring forward an application or a motion of approval without conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Okay, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Niffel, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Item number 15. 15 Bernard Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, an arborist report from Central Tree Care. We have forestry asking for condition number 2, and we received in our supplemental agenda a staff report from Heritage asking for, I believe, their standard condition. We have form letters in support from number 17, which is adjacent, number 11, 20, and 10 and 16 Bernard Avenue. The only speaker I show listed is the agent. Do I have the agent on the line?
Robert Kostelik here, the agent and architect for the client.
Okay, sir, I don't think we need a presentation. Panel members, do you have any questions? No, I think this is very straightforward, sir. We've read all the materials. Is there any, I assume you're aware of the forestry condition as well as the heritage condition?
Yes, I'm well aware. Thank you very
Is
much.
there anything you want to add that's not in what we've read?
No, I appreciate your time at looking at the variance application, and well, yeah, that's great.
All right, we'll take it into committee for a decision then. Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. Having reviewed the materials on file, I think the variances indeed are minor. They're very incremental to what the bylaw permits. And if my colleagues have no further comment, I would like to move a motion to approve the application subject to forestry condition number 2 and the condition from Heritage.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Ms. Valentini. Okay, so that motion was moved, including the conditions outlined by Ms. Hayes, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Item number 16, 91 BERTMOUNT Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 form letters in support, including both adjacent homeowners at 89 and 93, as well as number 95. And do you have the person listed here in interest/opposition online?
Hi, Miss Malakoff. You've been unmuted.
Yes.
Hi, Ms. Malakoff. Did you want to speak to this application, or are you just watching?
Well, I did sign a letter of approval. My only concern is that I wrote a letter around February the 9th that I sent in. My only concern is that I should have access through the common walkway to my backyard, because I need that for eventual maintenance of my property. And also, I understand that there is to be a wooden fence built, and my concern is that the existing chain link fence between my property, number 89, and number 91, not be removed. Those are the only concerns that I had, really.
Okay, so can I just, I'll go to the agent just after you state your name and address for the record.
Okay. My name is Ludmila Lucy Malakov, and my address is 89 BERTMOUNT Avenue.
Okay, so let me go to the agent and see if he can just speak to those 2 issues.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's your name, please?
My name is Byron Escobar from TBM Engineers.
I am the agent for the property owner. And well, basically regarding the comments there, what happens is we have already, if you can pull the site plan on that. Thank you very much. See, right there, when we say new one-story addition, 3.87 square meters, right there, what we have there right now is a concrete porch. And because of the slope of the land, that concrete porch is 4-5 feet above the grade already. So we're not changing the situation. We have 2 feet from there to the fence, but it's not like we're blocking that area. That area is already there. You can see the foundation wall going up 4 or 5 feet. And our intention is not to change anything like the fence or block the area. Like we have the same space that we have before. We're not changing that.
Okay, so I guess question number 1 was, are you keeping the chain link fence that's there?
Yes, we're gonna
okay,
keep
and then the common walkway, which I'm sorry, I don't really see it here, but is that staying, that accesses the neighbor's backyard at 89?
Yes, basically we're not changing the access. What we're going to do is on top of that foundation wall that is there already, we're gonna do a small addition 3.87, and then the actual rear construction is gonna be that deck that basically is gonna be the way to go down to the rear yard.
Okay, let me just go back to the to Ms. Malikov. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, does that answer your question?
Not really. Okay. The last time I spoke with Mr. Zybots, he said that to allay my concern about any problem with access to my property from the street to my backyard, and that because of any eventual storage or transportation of materials that might cause damage to my property that wouldn't be caught in time, that he had arranged with his agent to have all materials from the construction site removed and delivered through the house at number 91 BERTMOUNT Avenue. If that is still, in fact, the case.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but those issues are not under this committee's jurisdiction. Those are things that you have to work out privately. So if that's an agreement between the two of you, the only 2 questions that were just answered, as I understand it, is that the chain link fence will remain, that you will continue to have access through that common walkway. The only thing that this committee deals with is the actual planning variances that are before us. We do not deal with construction issues or, you know, material storage or whether or not a neighbor's going to let the contractor use their water and hydro. That's all private stuff that we can't give any you know, judgment calls on that at all. You have to work that out with your neighbor.
Right. All right. Okay, that's valuable information for me, and I'm glad that the chain link fence is going to remain.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that satisfies your 2 concerns, and hopefully everything will be worked out between you and your neighbor with respect to the other issues that you have concerns about.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I have no objection whatsoever to, you know, the construction taking place. That's why I signed the paper.
Okay. Well,
okay, so you don't need me anymore?
No, we're okay, but you're welcome to listen in to see what the decision ends up being.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks for your input. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Okay, Mr. Escobar, we've read all the materials, and hopefully everything will get worked out with some of the other concerns the neighbor has. We're ready to take this into committee. We've read all the materials. Is there anything you want to add that we don't already have in the submissions?
No, the only thing is here the looks like a big change is the floor space index, but reality is on all the neighbors on both sides and this house as well, they have already passed that the floor space index like a while ago. We are doing only 5.9 square meters addition, basically a little room on the back in two areas. But the reality is the original floor space index is 0.88. So we're going to up to 0.92, but reality we're doing 0.04 increasing on the floor space index. That's all I would like to add.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel members, let's take it into committee for a decision. Ms. Valentini.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I've reviewed all the materials, and this one is indeed, in my view, minor in nature. It's just two small one-story additions, and as the agent had pointed out, the existing FSI is at 0.88. So this is just a minor increase above that without any impacts, as in my view, on the neighbors. So I'd like to bring a motion forward for approval of the application without any conditions.
Okay, is that a seconder, Mr. Niffel? Okay, so motion to approve, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Mr. Niffel. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries. All right, next item is item number 17. We have before us it's 204 Beach Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 2 photographs of the rear laneway parking, covering letter from the agent, staff report from forestry asking for condition number 2, 3 form letters in support from 119 Spruce and 200 and 210 Beach. And we have correspondence from planning asking for a condition, and that came in our supplemental report. Okay. Do I have the agent on the line?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
I can. Let's need your name for the record.
David Lang, 2100 Bloor Street West.
Okay, let me see if we have the opposition on the line.
Madam Chair, both speakers are not present. I've tried contacting them by email and phone.
All right. We have 2 speakers listed, panel members. Staff have already attempted to email them and contact them by phone. So far, we're unsuccessful. Do you need a presentation, or you're okay with questions? Do you have any questions for the agent? Ms. Hayes.
I just want to confirm that variance number 1 is actually, per your material said, was incorrect. And it should be you're asking for 37% or 99.6 square meters.
Yeah, we're just missing the 7 there. It's 37%. The area is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so staff, can we just do that as a typo? Okay. Any other questions, panel members? Okay, sir, we're ready to take it into committee to make a decision. Is there anything you want to add that's not in the materials that we have?
No, that's okay.
Okay, let's take it into committee, panel members. Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. Given the correction of the typo, and looking at the variances in the totality, I do believe it's minor and meets the 4 tests. And if my colleagues have no further comment, I would move a motion to approve the application subject to forestry condition number 2.
And
as a application as amended, or to correct the typo, whichever way you want to
no,
note
we
it.
don't have to do as amended, but there was a planning condition, I believe, in the supplemental agenda.
I think that was corrected by the correction of the typo.
Okay.
But they want it tied to drawing number 2, the site plan. So I will add that to my motion.
Okay. Mr. Nipfel, you're seconding. So with
Yes.
the forestry number 2 planning condition, and the correction will be noted by staff to read instead of 3%, 37%. So that's moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Item number 18, 1660 Bloor Street West. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, transportation review from BA Group, staff report from transportation. They're asking for a condition. Correspondence in opposition from 24, 540, 33, and 53 Indian Road, as well as 1638 Bloor Street West. We received late materials yesterday, presentation material from the agent, email correspondence from community planning, and correspondence expressing a concern from the owners of 1678 and 1680 Bloor Street, correspondence in opposition from 542, 547, 31, and 21 Indian Road. I am showing, well, 5 names here. Do we have all of the names?
Madam Chair, the first 4 are present.
First 4 are present?
Yeah, and the last person is just observing.
Observing. Okay. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair. This is Alex Avenue from Bellsfield's agent for the application.
Hi. I'm going to ask you to do a presentation, no more than 5 minutes. I'm showing 4 speakers listed.
Yeah, yes, please. Can we bring up the presentation? I think you mentioned that we submitted it late, but
yeah, next time, please try to submit it earlier. It would be very
No,
helpful to us. Having
sorry, we did. We sent this before the deadline.
Maybe really close to the deadline.
Yeah, sorry, it was close, but okay, I digress. Sure, I'll start my presentation. So good afternoon again, Madam Chair. Again, my name is Alex Avenue. I'm associate with Bellsfield's and agent for the application. As you're likely aware, we submitted a planning letter outlining how the application meets the 4 tests of minor variance in the Planning Act. I trust that the panel has had a chance to review those items. We've also reviewed the materials on the AIC. We understand that planning and transportation staff have no objections to the proposal. We have no issues with the proposed conditions. I think that the transportation condition, we were just recently having a bit of back and forth with transportation regarding the signage condition, but I think that given the wording of it, we should be fine. I'm happy to speak to that perhaps after if there's any questions. So what you're looking at here, again, 1660 Bloor. It's a rectangular shaped site at the northwest corner of Bloor and Indian Road, adjacent to Keele Subway Station. If you can flip to the next slide, please. It is built to the rear and side lot lines and currently improved with a 1-story building with commercial uses, including an automotive garage with a significant setback, as you can see, along Bloor Street West. There's mid-rise development on either side of the proposal, including a very similar 12-story building at the northeast corner of Indian and Bloor that we've kind of drawn from for our proposal, and a surface parking lot in the subway line to the rear, which does provide some significant separation distances to those low-rise dwellings you see further north. Next slide, please. With respect to the project timeline, I think this is a pretty important piece. So prior to submitting our site plan approval application, we did have various discussions with staff, and they agreed that if we stayed beneath a certain height and density threshold, that we can go through the minor variance process rather than a rezoning. So in May of 2020, we submitted a site plan approval application to permit the proposed development. And over the subsequent months, the project team engaged in multiple discussions and meetings with city staff to revise the plan to address their concerns. And prior to resubmitting the application, which we did in last July, city staff did confirm that they were generally satisfied with the proposal, that their comments had been addressed based on the changes that we made, and agreed that we should proceed with the minor variance application. And I wanted to reiterate this point because I work on a lot of site plan and minor variance files where you're doing both of them. And we only ever submit the minor variance when we're at a point that staff are in agreement with the built form. And we've reached that point. We reached that point in July. And again, we do have generally staff support on this. Following that, we did have a community consultation meeting with Councillor Perks. Again, not required to because this is not a rezoning, but understood that the councillor wanted to have a community consultation. So we had one of those in July of 2021. And I do see some objection letters here, but I will tell you that that was a generally very, very positive community consultation. Following that community consultation, we resubmitted our plans. The plans that we resubmitted in July are the exact same plans that are in front of you today. Next slide, please. So as you know, the proposal is for a 13-story mixed-use building with retail at grade along BLOOR and residential uses above, as you can see in this rendering, which is looking north from the south side of BLOOR. Next slide, please. So there's a number of variances that are required. So in the interest of time, I know I only have a few minutes. I'll just speak to some of the main ones, but I have included visuals for all of the variances in case we want to address them in the Q&A period. So this variance number 3 is for height. Through conversation with staff throughout the site plan approval process, it was requested to have the height, that datum lines, those 2 purple lines you see going across the top, that's our proposal on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side is a 12-story building at 1638 BLOOR. Staff did request to have that height generally in accordance with 1638 BLOOR. So we are 1 story higher than 1638, and that's mostly because of the topography of the site. You can see as you move further west, the topography does decrease, so we were able to fit another story in while keeping consistent with that height datum line and really making sure that we're fitting in with this surrounding existing context. Next slide, please. And the other one I wanted to speak about was density. So the proposed residential and combined residential and non-residential GFA does exceed the bylaw permission. However, the proposed building does generally comply with the rest of the as of right permissions with respect to the building envelope, including all setbacks, and it will maintain consistent setbacks and building step backs with the surrounding buildings along Bloor Street West. So I guess what I'm trying to say is it's not of a bulk and a mass to trigger a whole slew of building envelope related variances.
Can I get you to wrap up? You're at 5.5 minutes.
Sure. I think the last thing I'll say about this, again, in 2009 when the city did the Bloor-Dundas Avenue study, this was a site that was identified as an opportunity site to accommodate additional height and density, and we are within keeping within that context. Understood we're requesting a bit more, but we've worked with staff over the past 2 years almost now to come up with something that everyone agrees upon. We've worked with the council and the community, and happy to answer any questions anyone has. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're going to go to the opposition first, and then I'll come back to you. Okay. Can you just double check if she wants to speak? Can you do that offline or not? Okay, great, thanks.
Hi, Ms. Gordon, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. I just registered as an observer, so I do not need to speak.
Okay, I was just going to ask you that question, so thank you very much for letting me know.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Sharrat, you've been unmuted.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
I can. Can you please identify yourself, name and
Yeah, I'm Kenneth Sharrat. I live at 31 Indian Road Crescent. Okay. I have 2 concerns. I stated them in the letter that I sent, or at least the first one. The first one's height. I participated in the Bloor-Danforth Avenue study that was done about 10 years ago. This site was discussed at that time, and it was felt, and the city wrote it up in the final report that I presume was approved by council, and that the building would be roughly 10 stories. 13 stories is a 30% increase, which I don't think is terribly minor. So that was the last planning work we've had done. Now, we don't have access to the planners on a daily basis, but that was the last major planning work that we had done. The second thing that causes me some concern is how on earth can this be considered a minor variance? We're proposing a density of something like 7.5 or more. It's a 13-story building. It has major implications in the community. It's going to change the streetscape, in this case, probably for the better, but there will be a change. We have no idea what's coming. And, you know, it's going to set precedents in addition for all the other empty spaces that were indeed covered by the Avenue study. So I think this really is a major stretch to call a minor variance. I've been sitting through all the cases you've been hearing through the afternoon, and they've all struck me as being the sort of project that a committee of adjustment is supposed to work on. Now, all of a sudden, we've got this monster, which I think really ought to be considered by council and do proper voting. It's a very political process. I don't think it's appropriate for a committee of adjustment. So again, height and the whole process here is a major concern to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you, Mr. Sherratt. Do I have the next speaker on the line?
Hi, Mr. and Mrs. French, you've been unmuted. Hi, Anna or Andre, you've been unmuted.
Anna or Andre, can you hear me?
You have to unmute yourself. I see that you just muted yourself. Hi, Anna or Andre? Are you there?
Okay, can you play with that one for a minute? Do you have the next person?
Hi, Mr. Tinney, you've been unmuted.
Excellent. Can you hear me?
Barely. Can you speak up, please?
Barely. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, really. Now it's loud and clear.
Okay, great.
Just if you can just state
Good.
your name and address, and then you have 5 minutes.
Sure. My name is Jonathan Tinney. I'm a principal with SVN Architects and Planners. We are the representative for the owners of 1678 and 1680 Bloor Street West. I won't need the 5 minutes. I think we submitted a letter as well, just providing our comment on the application. In terms of the variances being sought, we have no objections to those variances. In fact, we've expressed in our letter that we would see this site as being one that would be amenable to even more density than being provided here, given its location near to Keele Street Station. I think the only sort of caution or concern that we would present is just in the insurance that the access being provided to our client's site at 1678 Bloor through the back lane, or that it will be created as part of the application, that be maintained. There's a notation in the plan right now that identifies a knockout panel on the west side of the site that would allow for access into the adjacent site. We would sort of request that that be maintained. I think what our specific request would be that the preservation of the site access to 1678 Bloor Street be a condition of approval administered via the subsequent site plan agreement. And so that's the position that we'd like the committee to consider as it goes forward. Other than that, I have no more comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel members, any questions of the speaker? Seeing none? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tinney. Have you
Sorry, Madam Chair. Can I just ask, I'm not sure I'm clear on that condition. I mean, I'm not sure we have any authority to determine what's in the site plan agreement.
Staff, can you weigh in on this? Can we put a condition to maintain access?
No, I think that's more appropriate through the site plan process.
Okay.
I don't know if the agent wants to speak to that. I was reading it again and I'm like, I don't see that's something we can do. But
Applicant back, but Mr. Tinney, staff, I don't know if you heard, but we're advised that that's best dealt with through the site plan process.
Yeah, that was
Madam
somewhat.
Chair, I'm also not clear where the access is supposed to be. Could Mr. Tinney explain with the drawing that's here, where is the access that he's talking about?
So along the northern edge of the site, there is a driveway entrance that moves underneath the terrace. So it says terrace at level 5. The access to the applications loading entrance and parking entrance, we would hope that that access would continue, or would be maintained through any further iterations, and that the knockout panel at the northwest corner of the site would be maintained, and that access to across the site would be provided for future use by any development that would occur at 1678.
So the access point occurs where the note says balcony at L11. You actually should be able to continually drive through there. Is that correct? Because I don't know where the knockout panel is either.
That's currently there. So the applicant has designed a driveway entrance across the back of the site for access to their own building. We would hope that that there would be a provision for other vehicles to move across the backside of the site to access a knockout panel at the northwest corner. So where it says extent of below grade parking in the northwest corner, that would allow for potentially a parking entrance or an extension to some sort of a private laneway from that area into the future development on that site.
Okay, thank you for clarifying your request.
Ms. Valentini?
So, yeah, I mean, it's not like currently you have a right of way or anything over the property, I'm assuming. It seems like it's a private matter to be dealt with between the two parties, unless, and I'm not sure it's in a condition we can impose on this application, but maybe you can enlighten me somehow, I'm not sure. Or maybe the applicant agrees, I don't know.
I believe the owner is in conversations with the applicant. We just thought, given this opportunity, that it would make sense to provide that as and put it into the public record. That was something we'd be looking for, potentially as part of the site plan application. We were unsure specifically whether that was a condition that you guys could provide, but thought it was worth flagging it at this juncture.
We could maybe put a note on the minutes that discussions continue to take place between the two owners regarding the maintaining of the access. I think we could do that, but not a condition.
I think that would be fine. I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay. Were you able to get the Frenches on the line? Okay.
Hi, Anna or Andre, are you there? You've been unmuted. They're there.
Okay, Anna and Andre, I'm not sure what kind of device you're using, but we've unmuted you from our end. We can see you, but either you've muted yourself, need you to unmute yourselves. See anything? Okay, give it one more phone call then, because we're like way behind. Okay, while you're trying to reach them, Alex, are you there?
I'm here, yes.
So can you just speak to the issue raised by your neighbor as well as what was raised by the by Mr. Sherratt regarding the height and why it is that, I know you mentioned it earlier, why you're at committee rather than doing a rezoning?
Sure. So perhaps I'll start with responding to Mr. Tinney. So I think that my client has every intention to act reasonably throughout the site plan process, and is open to having those conversations. But as it's already been stated, and so I won't really belabor it, that it wouldn't be appropriate to add such a condition on our approval, especially without having a proposal on those lands. So again, it would be tough for us to agree to a condition for someone to access our lands if we don't know anything about what proposal is there. And in the end of the day, development of this site will not preclude those lands from potentially developing in the future. And again, we, well, not me personally, but my client and the owners of those lands have been in talks, and they'll continue to work reasonably, throughout the process. So I don't disagree with adding it to the minutes and not having a condition. So I'm in complete agreement with how we've decided to settle that. And in terms of Mr. Sherratt, part of the reason for the height and why it's so appropriate in this location is because to the rear of the site, we do have the tracks, we do have this large parking area and significant separation to low-rise dwellings. We submitted 2 shadow studies, one in our initial application, one in our resubmitted application, and it shows little to no impact on those low-rise dwellings. I think that's part of the reason why this was identified as an opportunity site, because it is quite unique. And I think in Mr. Tinney's letter that was even referenced, that one of the unique pieces of this site is its distance from those neighborhoods. Like, I work on a lot of these sites on avenues that back onto neighborhoods, and meeting angular planes and ensuring shadow and privacy is very important. And we meet those tests at this location. So that's why, part of the reason why the height is appropriate. In terms of the C of A, the process, again, many conversations with staff before even submitting the application. We made sure we stayed within the thresholds of what they thought ought to be appropriate for a committee of adjustment application, and understood most committee of adjustment applications, minor variances, as we've seen today, are for low-rise dwellings. But these lands were already upzoned, right? So we're just adding a little bit more to that. And again, this was, we do realize that we did have a community consultation meeting. We have been working with the counselor. We do have a Section 45 agreement that planning has proposed to make in a condition to the approval. So we've done all of the things kind of like you would do within a rezoning in terms of community consultation and benefits that we give back through this development. So, I do think that the committee is the appropriate process. And as the applicant, I think that we've, done everything we can to be transparent in working with both community and the city.
Okay. We're not able to reach the other speakers, so we're going to have to continue with this. You are aware of the planning recommendation regarding the cash contribution?
Yeah, we worked that out with them. Correct. Okay. We're fine with that.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions? Ms. Hayes.
Yes, I'd like just to have on the record from the applicant, I'd like some submissions with respect to how this is within the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw and official plan, and what overage is from the Bloor Street study area, because on paper, some of these variances look quite large. We have not been a party to all those discussions with planning. Unfortunately, we do not have a planning report that takes us through that. I would appreciate those submissions because we have not been involved in those discussions, and those are the tests that we have to apply. Thank you.
If I may, through you, Madam Chair, happy to provide any additional documentation. One thing that we did submit is our planning rationale letter, which is dated January 17th, which does go through the 4 tests and provides a detailed explanation of how we do believe we meet those 4 tests. But again, happy to re-forward that for the panel.
No, I have that. I would like you to just summarize it for the record, please.
Okay, so in terms of the official plan,
just a summary of why, why you think it meets it. We have read all the information.
Sure. Okay, so in terms of the official plan, the site is on an avenue where most residential intensification is going to occur. It's also designated a mixed-use area. Again, where most residential intensification is supposed to occur within the city. And again, what the official plan does specifically speak to in terms of this type of mid-rise development on avenues and mixed-use areas on main streets is transition to neighborhood areas and making sure that we are cognizant and respecting those low-rise residential uses. And again, I think the main thing here is the separation distance that we have. So issues of light, issues of privacy, of view impacts are very much lessened because of this separation distance that we have from these low-rise uses. Again, I do think it is a quite unique site because of where it's located, in that we do have the subway tracks and a large parking lot separating us from these other uses. So I think that from an official plan perspective, it very much is in keeping with the general intent of purpose of the official plan for those reasons. In terms of the zoning bylaw, I mean, we do have a number of variances, but if I can summarize it, I would go back to the 2009 study, the Bloor-Dundas study. And that study, again, from 2009 and was done prior to 2009, identified this site as an opportunity site where additional height and density was supposed to be accommodated. Understood, we are increasing that a little bit. This is also 10 to 15 years later. And, the provincial policy as it stands today is a lot more emphasis on transit-oriented development than it was back in 2009. So that's, I think, something that, that we do pull from. And I think that, again, from a zoning bylaw perspective, one thing that we really tried to focus on with this development was how we're fitting within the context, specifically to our neighbor on the northeast corner of Indian and Bloor. And when we were part of those conversations with the city, they were very specific to make sure that we were within keeping that context. So I do recognize that there are, of course, certain areas that we do not comply with. The overall context of this stretch of Bloor and this site is within keeping with what we do see specifically just to the east of us. And again, I'm happy to go into any of the variances if you have specific questions, but just generally speaking, that's how I would summarize it.
Any other questions, panel members?
Thank you.
Okay, we don't have any more questions. We're ready to take it into committee for a decision. Any comments? Mr. Nipfel.
Madam Chairman, I have some difficulty with the application, not with what is being proposed, but the process that we're going through. In my mind, this does not look like a variance application. It looks like a bylaw amendment. And as I think it was Mr. Sherratt said, and others agreed with him, the last time he heard about this, it was to be a much lower building, and there's been no opportunity for him to get involved to participate in what is now before them. It seems to me that the substantial components of the variance are the sorts of things that a wider audience needs to weigh in on than the audience for a variance. I'm very uncomfortable voting on this as a variance application. So I will not be voting at all because I don't believe it's a variance.
Anyone else? Ms. Hayes?
I'm really torn on this because I share some concerns with my colleague. I think we're in a difficult position because of a lot of the discussions that have gone on and determined that this can be a variance and not a zoning bylaw. Where on the face of it, some of the variances I would consider potentially not to be minor. I appreciate and have read and appreciate the verbal submissions of the applicant's representative with respect to their position and rationale for the meeting of the 4 tests. However, given the location of this property and the small radius of notification of Committee of Adjustment applications and the wider impact of this, I think some of the variances are I don't consider minor in the broader context, and I would have trouble supporting the application for those reasons. Those would be my thoughts at the moment.
Any further comments? Ms. Valentini?
I have to say I'm on the fence on this one too. I think the submissions from the applicant, you know, reflect that the changes being proposed this is a good location for what's being proposed in terms of the added density and height, and it's going to mirror what is adjacent to the site across the street, across, I guess, Indian Road. It's going to match the height of that development. I don't know if that development went by way of rezoning or how that came to be, but in principle, I think this is, you know, an acceptable application, but I agree. I'm not entirely sure this is appropriate by way of a minor variance. So I don't know whether or not it actually meets the 4 tests and that reason, because some of the variances being requested are quite large.
Can I just ask staff? I know that sometimes the councillors ask for an expansion of the radius notification. Did that happen with this building?
Through you, no, it does not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will just add that I was actually surprised to see an application of this size to come before a committee rather than going through the community consultation process, although I do respect the fact that community consultation did take place with the councillor's office. I know sometimes we do have variances related to buildings, but generally speaking, those have already gone through their processes. So I kind of echo comments made that I'm somewhat torn with this one also in terms of the process. However,
Madam Chair, may I suggest something?
We're actually in committee, but I'll just allow you 1 minute because we're way behind. Go ahead. I'll come out of committee.
If it's helpful, we'd be willing to defer the application to provide perhaps that's additional community consultation or more information about our process and what and our proposal. We're more than happy to do that if the committee would agree with that.
Okay. Thank you very much for throwing that out there. I'll go to my members. I will say I wish, with the way we're so far behind, I wish this had come to light at the start, but having said that, let's see what my members think.
You know, I'll speak for myself here. I'm certainly not suggesting that this site isn't appropriate for some type of development. I acknowledge that it's near major transit lines and that the existing built form on the site certainly could be intensified. My concern isn't with respect to the parking variances, those few things. But having said that, my concern relates to that I think a couple of variances, I can't, at this point of time, based on the information we have no substantive report from the planning department at all as to how this relates to the official plan and that it's minor, or that it's or the context of the Bloor Street study area or anything. I'm left with the bare bones, and I think that a couple of the variances are major and I can't support them. And on that basis, I would not be able to support the application in that context. So, I think we're really struggling here, but that's the framing that I'm putting towards it.
Having said that, Ms. Hayes, what about the suggestion for deferral? And I guess the deferral, if members want to entertain the suggestion made by the agent, that if we were to grant it, that we need to see material back from, like you said, planning and whatnot. And there's also no guarantee it's going to be before the same members. So I don't know how they would look at it. But Mr. Nipfel has his hand up, so I'll just go to him first.
You also, you asked the Deputy Secretary Treasurer whether this had been subject to an expanded circulation. And I think that if we go that route, I think an expanded circulation is necessary here. My issues are the same as Ms. Hayes, plus the fact that I believe the issues are so substantive that a larger audience, the kind of audience that is involved in a bylaw amendment, needs to be involved in this. So like Ms. Hayes, I have no difficulty with the intensification and so forth, but we don't have enough information. And in particular, we need a really substantive planning report on this to explain why the planning department feels it's a variance. And I think more people need to be notified.
Still not hearing anything regarding the deferral suggestion.
I don't think we can compel planning to write a report, so I'm not sure they'll do that. And I'm not sure even with wider circulation, unless we have some of those other answers, and I'm not sure we can compel somebody to do that, we're going to have we can't guarantee we're going to have better information before us with a deferral. That would be just my.
Okay, Ms. Valentini, your thoughts?
I am willing to entertain a deferral if it means that if there's an opportunity to get more information. I mean, we can't guarantee it and can't guarantee what panel it's going to come before after that. But it's unfortunate. We've spent, the day has been crazy. So we spent so much time on this application, but I would support a deferral to get further information. And if we don't get further information and we happen to be sitting, whoever it comes before can make that determination. In terms of water circulation, that sounds like a great idea. I can't even begin to figure out what that should look like. So I don't have a comment on that. I'm happy just to support the deferral for further information.
I mean, I'm looking at Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer. I mean, it's something that I just know from my past work experience, but that's initiated from another area. It's not something staff, I think, can do. We can't direct it either, can we?
Through you, Madam Chair, no. I mean, if I can speak to perhaps what you're referring to, like a rezoning application with an expanded notification, that's a city council has to go through community council to get that authorization. We have nothing like that in committee of adjustment, so you cannot require expanded notification. And on the note about the deferring for a staff report, again, that's not really a reason for deferral. So if you're deferring for information, you'd have to specify what specifically in terms of from whom.
Okay. Ms. Valentini?
I don't know, it looked like you were gonna speak.
No. Well, I was going to say, if we can't get information from, further planning information, then, I guess maybe there's no reason for the deferral. I don't know. Maybe Mr. Nipfel can weigh in. He looks like his hand up.
No, we're just running out of options. I think based on what we can't get and can't do, I think that the application regrettably needs to be refused. But the reason has to be clear, and I think the reason is that we do not have the information necessary to determine if it meets the 4 tests, which in a really simple way is what Ms. Hayes was saying. We don't know, and we don't have enough information to make a decision. So on that basis, I would move that the application be refused based on the fact that we are unable, based on the information provided, to determine if this meets the 4 tests.
Okay, so that motion's moved by Mr. Nipfel. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, the application is refused. Final item in the morning session is item number 20. 125.
Madam Chair, sorry to have to do this, but I have to change over to YouTube right now.
Are you serious?
Very serious. For those watching on YouTube,
The last one, we can't make it?
we already went over time. I'm already going to be in trouble. For those
Sorry,
watching on
folks.
YouTube, I'm going to have to stop the YouTube stream, and a new stream is going to start in a moment with the same title, only it'll be titled PM rather than AM.